Commissioner Gardner, we are live.
Great, thanks, Sean. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Ashland Park Commission, Board of Commissioners, staff of APRC, and all of you that are joined in with our electronic Zoom webinar of the Ashland Parks and Recreation goal setting meeting. It's February 19th, 2021. And to start off, I'm going to turn over the meeting to Director Michael Black to give us an introduction and to take us kind of through the process that we're going to be involved with today. Michael?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. So today is a little bit different than the goal setting meetings we've had in the past, where we've met in person, and I can think of at least one, maybe two, where we spent twice the amount of time that we're going to spend today talking about goals. One of the other things that is different is there was a lot of preparation going into goal setting previously, where we had solicited as many possible goals as possible, and we would whittle down the goals list from hundreds of goals that were submitted. This is a little bit different this time. There's a lot of reasons why, but I'll just emphasize the differences instead of going into all of the reasons. The differences will be that when we get into goal setting, it'll be brainstorming, and we will ask the commissioners to work with us. We will actually facilitate a brainstorming session by the commissioners. We don't have dozens of goals from staff to present to you. I think we have 4 that we'd like to present. And we'd also like you to take consideration of goals from the current biennium that will not be completed, since we have not worked on many of the goals for about a year because of COVID and other emergencies. So we'll get into that a little bit later. One thing I'm going to ask you to do, if you want to, and this is completely up to you, but if you want to and you're able to, you can, if you have a list of goals that you want to be shown on the screen that have already been typed up, you can send those to Dorinda now. Alternatively, you can wait until the brainstorming session and you can put them into the chat feature, and then we can paste them on the board. Or you can give those to us verbally and we'll type them down so everybody can see them. But either way, we will have a chance to hear from all commissioners and do the brainstorming activity and hopefully get through all of the goals that you would like to have considered. I don't think that we will get to prioritizing today. I think it would be rushing it to do the brainstorming and prioritize in the same day. So I was hoping that we would keep it more to brainstorming, and that will help us in guiding us to prepare a budget and bring those things back to you for approval. So I want to recognize all the staff that's here as well. Dorinda Cottle is here, and she helped put this meeting together. She will be our scribe during the meeting as well. And she will be the one who is doing the flip chart, if you will. We won't have a flip chart, but we will do something that's similar to a flip chart where you'll be able to see in real time what the proposals are, the brainstorming proposals are up on the screen. Superintendent Dials and Superintendent Glatt are both here as well. They were instrumental in putting this together, and we'll be having a portion where they will be presenting. Sean Sullivan is here. As you know, he's always instrumental in putting together our meetings, and he has been involved in this. And Tara Keywell is here as well, who is working hard and diligently and doing a very good job on budget. And we've got some information on budget here for you today that we'll be talking about, and she will have a chance to pop in and answer questions or clarify as we're going along. So just wanted to recognize those people. Sean, I'm going to ask you if I missed anybody. Mike?
I just wanted to say one thing. I probably should have said it at the beginning of the meeting, that we will have public input at approximately noon today. So there are a few people that have registered to give us public input, and that will also be part of our program, but not for about an hour and a half or so. And also, you could probably let people know that Melanie Purcell will visit us later in the presentation.
Yeah, I'm going to go over the agenda here in 1 second.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Let me share my screen and we'll get going on this. Okay, so can you see my screen and not my notes screen?
Yes.
See my presentation, not my notes.
Yes.
Okay, because my notes are secret. Those are personal. Just kidding. So anyways, let's go ahead and get started. Go over the agenda really quick here. We're gonna do a quick SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The threats are interchangeably called challenges in some of these evaluations, but I chose to keep it as a T instead of a C. We're going to go over a budget review really quickly, and that's the current biennium looking backwards and how we think we're going to end the year or the biennium. Budget preview is where Melanie Purcell will come in, and she will talk about central service fees. I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we're looking at for the upcoming budget, but we're not actually asking you to review the budget in this meeting. I do need some guidance on a proposal that we need to make, however, and then I'll talk about an organizational chart that I prepared. If we have to, we could leave this one off and bring it up at a different meeting if we're running out of time, the organizational chart. We will have 3 levels of service presentation. Myself, Rachel, and Eileen will give that, and then we'll get into public input. We'll have a short break, which I'm sure Commissioner Gardner will talk about the potential that we can make that a little bit longer if we need to, or alternatively, you can break wherever you need to and disappear for a minute. Or if we do need to make, depending on who needs the break, we may have to break at different times in case of emergency as the whole group. Okay, and then we'll do the goals review, which is looking back at the goals from the previous or the current biennium, and then we'll go into the brainstorming workshop. And I want to give everybody the opportunity to ask questions as we're going along. This is a workshop. Feel free to speak up at any time. Raise your hand. If I can see you, I think I can see all the commissioners, unless Julian is on. I think I can see all 4 of the commissioners who are on. If you do have a question, please ask it. I am going to try and go pretty quickly, but that doesn't mean that I can't explain if there's a need to explain. Also, the staff that I mentioned who are also here, they may pop in at any time and provide clarification. I've asked them to do that as we're going along if they feel like there's a need to provide any clarification. All right, so we got together and we talked about strengths as an admin team, and really what we see as the strengths for the Parks and Recreation Commission are the system itself, the facilities and the programs that we've been providing for 100 years in some cases. That's the biggest strength that we have, is an established park system that has, frankly, a very good reputation and is seen throughout the state as an example and a very good parks and recreation system. The people are what makes that possible. And when I say people, one of the strengths is the people, the customers and staff, the people who work together to run it, and the people that we're running it for, as well as the elected officials who are here to oversee it and ensure that it continues the way that people envisioned it when they created the charter back in 1908. The charter language is a strength, but I'm also going to bring it up as a weakness. The charter language does provide some great information about the intent of the founders of the Parks and Recreation Commission and the founders of the city, for that matter. But it does leave some things a little bit gray, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. The Parks Foundation is a strength as a partner, food and beverage. We are a very fiscally responsible group. You'll see that reiterated when we talk about the current budget and where we are with the current budget. We have the ability to adapt and innovate, which I think we've all seen in this current biennium, and you've probably seen it many times throughout your tenure as commissioners. And then our partners and sponsors also make us give us strength and help to lift us up in the areas where we don't potentially we don't provide a service that somebody else does. The weaknesses, on the other hand, we don't have a dedicated funding source. This is our biggest weakness, is that our funding source is not defined in terms that we can count on it from year to year. That's our biggest weakness. The charter is a weakness because it's not specific enough to provide a certain funding level. And I'll go over the charter a little bit later and what it actually says. And while the charter can be a strength, it can also be a weakness too. The strength is that at least we're mentioned in it. At least we've been created and we're something tangible. There's a commission that's elected by the people, but it's not specific enough to ensure that we continue at the same level into the future. One of the weaknesses is doing less or doing more with less or doing the same with less, and risking burnout with our staff, where we're asking people to do more and potentially in some cases not compensating them for doing more and just saying, well, we just have to. The community expects us to do it. We need to continue to do it. The aging infrastructure and deferred maintenance is always going to be a weakness of ours. And in times when our budget is low, we put things off for longer and longer and longer. And as we do that, the maintenance becomes a bigger issue because it's degrading, and the cost of it keeps increasing because of inflation. There's a decision-making gap, and this one is because the commissioners, although you're elected, there are certain things that you as commissioners don't have the authority to approve. And some of those things are fees and charges. If you want to change fees for the swimming pool, you have to approve them, but they also have to go to the city council, and the city council approves them. They could, I don't think they ever have, but they could actually deny those as well. But they do have to go to the city council. Real estate has to be approved by the city council. Bonds have to be approved by the city council. Contracts, with very, very few exceptions, contracts, and one that I'll bring up that we're working on right now is the East Main contract for design services. That will have to go to the city council. And then I'll bring one up recently, which is the pool contract for designing the pool, and I'll also bring up the Lithia Park master plan. Those two, the latter two design contracts were expensive contracts, but they were also challenged at the city council level as well. So, Commissioner Lant?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that there are consequences to the fact that it's we have to go to city council, like for East Main Park. What that means is it just slows down the process. It means it takes us longer to get things done. If we made the decision ourselves, we'd already be moving forward on the park.
Right. So you're an elected group and you're semi-autonomous, but all of these things still go through the city council, and that's not just because somebody wants it that way. That's the way that it's set up, and that's the way that it has been. I'm going to keep going really quick, but some of the other things are food and beverage. Although it's a tax that benefits Parks and Recreation, actually it's not a tax that was enacted by Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation can't enact a tax. Risk management is also the responsibility of the city, which is good. It's good for us and bad for them, honestly, or bad for us and good for them. It goes both ways, where what the commission is doing and what we're doing as staff, the city is accepting the risk for all of those things. So I'm gonna move along, but that's what I mean by decision-making gap. The people of Ashland elect a Parks Commission to run the Parks Commission, but technically there's all of these things that are integral to running a Parks Commission that still have to go to another elected body for final approval, which makes you a recommending body in reality in these situations. The City of Ashland General Fund is a weakness because we are in the general fund the same way that the police, fire, and planning department are. And all the money that comes in from the general fund and taxes from citizens, from the assessed valuation of property values in the city, it all gets divided up through parks, between parks, fire, police, and the planning department. And priorities, you're not setting those priorities of what gets funded. The city council and the budget committee are setting those priorities. We do have a weakness with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we put this in here, not to just throw it in, but this is something that we want to work on as a group. But when we are focused on all of these other things, diversity, equity, and inclusion kind of we don't get the chance to actually move forward with some of the things that we are hoping to move forward with. And so that is a weakness. We are not diverse in our group right now. I think that's very clear. We would like to be more diverse, and we'd like to implement policies that help us to get to that, to get to a point where we can be more diverse and inclusive. The opportunities are the charter. There's a theme here. The charter, there is an opportunity to look at the charter and interpretation of the charter. We have engaged citizen groups. We have these nonprofits that we liaise with and work with, like AWTA and RVMBA, just to name a couple, where we're talking about trails. And then there's many, many more that we work with, like the Parks Foundation and the Greenway Foundation. And there's so many more that we work with. And that's one of our opportunities, is to work with them more and to look for opportunities for grants and things like that through and with those groups. The food and beverage tax is an opportunity. It was recently increased from 20% to 25% for the parks portion. That means that there's an opportunity to look at that in the future too. If it's happened in the past, there's maybe a chance that it could be looked at in the future as well. Our partnerships go back to the nonprofits, but aren't just limited to nonprofits. And our contracts and MOUs, we have contracts with the school district and MOU with the city, which is basically a contract for services. And we have others as well. All of those need to be looked at. And as we're going to see with central service fees, the city is looking at all of their contracts and MOUs and the services they provide, and they're right-sizing their budget. According to them, they're right-sizing the fees to the services that they're providing. We aren't. We have recently with the school district, with North Mountain Park, but we still need to talk about the pool. We need to talk about the boulevards that we're maintaining for the city, and some of the grounds that we're maintaining for the city, and other things as well. So that's an opportunity going forward that could result in more fees. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is an opportunity. We're going to continue to strive for that. Even though we are being pulled in a lot of different directions, we haven't stopped. We're still sending people to training. We're trying to be more aware and trying to implement policies and actions. And we are, through our HR policies and practices, we are beginning to do that, but we can always do more. And then grants are something that I brought up with nonprofits, but that's something that we can definitely continue to look at and try and look out for more grants and apply for more grants. The threats, oh, Leslie?
Just want to make sure that at some point we get back to the question of who has the authority to modify things like the charter or the state food and beverage tax allocation. I don't completely know the answer to all those questions.
Okay, well, I'm just going to go over it really quick right now. So as far as the food and beverage tax, it's a local tax that's implemented by ordinance through the city council. The city council can amend that. However, the city council has deferred the decision on the food and beverage tax to the voters generally. And the latest change that brought us up to 25 cents was something that was adopted by the voters of the city of Ashland.
Okay.
Rick?
Yeah, just a clarification, it's not 25 cents, it's 25%.
Oh, sorry. It's 25% of the total that is collected through food and beverage tax. Commissioner Lewis?
When is the food and beverage tax up for potential re-voting?
2030, unless we bring it up or the city council brings it up before then, it expires in 2030.
Thank you.
And we, in a normal year, we bring in around $750,000 to $800,000 a year for projects from food and beverage. And we also use some of that money to subsidize the operations. So we pull money from that tax into the operations budget as well to cover project management and smaller projects as well. What were the other ones?
I assume city council is the only sole authority to alter the city charter, the charter, is that
it's
right?
the electors. It's the actual electors of the city of Ashland. So it's the voters. And that actually, there wasn't a charter amendment that happened in the latest election where the charter was changed, and it was a grassroots movement that got the charter to change. They changed the city manager or the city administrator and the mayor's responsibilities and functions, changed the administrator to a manager. And that was something that was launched and was successful because it was a grassroots movement. I think that's my opinion. But, you know, other things like bonds, if they're based on revenue, like for instance, our swimming pool bond was based on projected revenue from food and beverage. That's something that the city council has the authority to approve or deny. If it's a general obligation bond, which the best way to put that in perspective is when you look at the school district, when they do their bonds for building new schools and things like that, that's a general obligation bond, which generally obligates all of the citizens of Ashland to a certain amount of new tax or a replacement tax in some cases on your tax bill. That's not part of the property tax. So that can only be approved by the voters. And if you have other questions specifically, I'll try to answer those.
That's great for now, thanks.
All right. So as far as the threats go, the general fund is a threat only because we're listed as a priority in the general fund. It's not our general fund, it's the city's general fund. And they have to run a police department, a fire department, and a planning department. The planning department is required by statute. The police department is required by statute as well, but also has a contract for operations. The fire department is the same way. Ashland Parks and Recreation has the charter, but again, I go back to the weakness. The charter does not specifically state the funding level for Ashland Parks and Recreation. And we do not have a contract with the city to provide a certain amount of funding. But we will go over the charter language and what it does say in just a couple of minutes. Changes in the environment are an increasing threat. We see that around the country, and we see it in our backyard as well. And we could end up with more and more disasters happening more and more frequently in diverse places, which could include us. So that's a threat going forward. Increased cost of service and materials. Cost of service for central service fees are increasing quite a bit. That is something that city's been working on for a couple of years, but I did ask Melanie to come and talk about why they're going up and how they're going up and the justification for that. And she should be able to provide that for you and answer questions for you on that. And central services are, well, I won't go over now. We'll go over in a couple minutes. Again, the threat, the pressure to do more or the same with less, the threat there is that we won't be able to do it and we will lose the confidence of the public because we just can't continue to provide to the level of expectation there is in the public and the community. Lack of resources for homelessness. Unfortunately, it affects us as well. We end up having camping within the parks. And while we're all looking for a solution for homelessness and providing space for people, because everybody has to sleep, nobody is challenging that. I think we finally got to a point where we understand that it's involuntary. Everybody has to sleep. But how they do that and where they do that, sometimes it can be a threat to some of our programs and parks and things like that. So working together with the city and other agencies, nonprofits, to help them to provide space for homelessness or for homeless people is something that I think we need to continue to be part of, and we have been part of that going forward, or going in the past and going forward. Pandemic obviously is a big threat, and the natural disasters again. I brought those up with environmental changes, but obviously those are a big threat as well. So going into budget review, this is looking back at 2019 to 21, and this is actually the current budget that we're in right now. If you look here, you can see in one line, the first column here, you've got the actual expenses. And in the first year of the biennium, 6.4 million. Second year of the biennium, 5.8. So obviously we reduced. We don't usually plan on reducing that much. Our budget was for more than that. In fact, our budget was $1.9 million more than what we actually spent. Now, that doesn't mean that we have $1.9 million in the bank. We didn't bring in enough revenue to have that much, but of what we budgeted, we spent $12,184,000 based on what our new revenue sources were going to be. And that basically ended up with us spending $1.9 million less than what we had budgeted for. And hopefully that'll become a little more clear here in a second. But the revenue, on the other hand, which is, obviously we have expenses and revenues and they need to match up. So when we propose a budget to you, last year, I think our budget was like $7.7 million, or for the last 2 years, somewhere in the neighborhood of $7.7 million when we proposed it. We also proposed $7.7 million worth of revenue. But as you can see here, we're bringing in less than that. The areas that were affected mainly were the recreation revenue, which I've underlined here. In the first year, it was $608,000. The second year is $412,000. That's how much we brought in. One of the surprises, and it could still be a surprise, but the council or the city administration and the council allocated $5,391,000 each year in property taxes to Ashland Parks and Recreation, which is the equivalent of $1.89 per $1,000 of assessed value on property taxes for the last 2 years. In the second year, they had told us that because of COVID, they were planning on reducing the second year from $5,391,000 to $5,091,000. That's a reduction of $300,000. At this point, they have not done that. And it's our understanding that they aren't going to do that because they did get money from the federal government and the state to take care of COVID related losses and charges and things like that. So we're actually in a better position with revenue than we thought we were on that line because they haven't taken that $300,000 that they intent or stated they were going to. So looking at this a little bit closer, I'm going to break down the recreation revenue. And so we're just looking at recreation now. And as you can see, the totals on the bottom are the same as what we were looking at before, just for that one line, 608 and 412. One of the big surprises in recreation was golf in a good way, in a very good way. It exceeded all expectations. It didn't just exceed COVID expectations, it exceeded the expectations that we had for it before we knew COVID was going to happen. Or was happening. So it did very well, in other words. The first year, unfortunately, didn't do as well, 281,000. The second year, 338. We'll look at that a little closer in a second. But even with the increase in revenue in some areas, the revenue for recreation was down $267,000 in the first year. and $521,000 in the second year, for a total of $788,000 that we had intended to collect through revenue and recreation that we did not as a result of decreased services because of COVID. So, and part of that, some of that is the pool too, with the pool closing the year before because of maintenance issues and things like that. But looking at a graph, you can see here in the blue, the bars would indicate where we intended to be with revenue based on our budget 2 years ago, looking forward. And the orange line, so the bars are the budget and the orange line is the actual revenue. So you can see in every category in recreation, we did not make the revenue we budgeted except for golf. Commissioner Lott? You're
For the second year, what was the percent of cost recovery for golf?
we can get that for you. I don't have that at hand right now, but that's something we can make note of. Tara, do you have it at hand?
I don't have it. I would just like to say, because we're still in this fiscal year, that the 21 numbers are projected numbers. So we won't have a total until it's certified at the end of the year, but we're getting pretty good at doing projections right now.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So the difference here between, I mean, I see that, we know the ice rink never opened, and organized events run by APRC Recreation and things at North Mountain Park Nature Center, those didn't happen because of COVID. Golf activities continue to be allowed because they were sort of individual activities that people could do independently or in sort of their pod groups, I assume, or, that's clearly the difference, is that that was allowed, that was open. I think we would have seen quite a large increase in all sorts of outdoor recreation activities had they been available.
We would have. I think we see that in our parks, that definitely has been the case. And, the interesting thing about golf is we closed it for a period of time as well. We did close it. And there was a period of time when it was only open to walkers, if you recall. And I don't remember the number of weeks that was, but it was around, I think it was more than a month that it was closed. Rachel, do you recall?
40 days.
You're on mute, Rachel.
It was 40 days though.
Yeah, it was 40 days, and it was pretty much the entire month of April, maybe a little longer. I think we closed it right towards the end of March of last year.
Yeah. So even with the closure, we're projecting that the golf course has not only rebounded, but exceeded expectations. And Commissioner Eldridge, you are 100% correct. Outdoor activities have increased everywhere, which when I get to level of service for parks, that's one of the points I want to make, is that unlike the indoor recreation activities, all of our parks have had the same or more people in them, which has required the same or more amount of maintenance. So parks is not a place where we saw a decrease in requirements and expenses because of COVID. In fact, we could have even seen an increase in some cases. So what this all means is, altogether, these are our projections, but the first year, we brought in a revenue of $6,514,000, and that part of that was affected by COVID because that's March to June 30th of last year. And the total expenses we were able to reduce based on the changes that we made with layoffs and furloughs and things like that. We were able to provide ourselves a little bit of a buffer of this $144,000. And then part of that was bringing in a little bit more revenue than we had anticipated. So we had a little bit of a buffer in fiscal year 20. That's pretty close considering our budget is over $6 million and we only ended with 144. In 21, however, we had more of a buffer, but I want to point out that we brought in less revenue, but we reduced expenses more because it was a longer period. But the only reason this is $444,000, the only reason is because the city has not taken the $300,000 that they intended to take. If they did take it, we would be almost exactly the same as the year before, which is just that very modest buffer of $144,000. So I point that out because this is only because of that issue and that issue alone. If it was as planned, we would be at $144,000. So is that Melanie? Oh, that's Julian. we can only see the top of your head, Julian. So I wanted to also bring up ending fund balance. If you look at this chart here, ending fund balance has been all over the board, and the ending fund balance is the amount of money that we have in reserve, if you will, kind of the savings account, the rainy day fund, you know, what we're banking against, or the money that we have to have in the bank account to pay the day-to-day bills before the taxes come in, you know, all of those things. So from a financial perspective, and Melanie, if you want, can explain all of that, but from a financial perspective, it's wise, and now it's even required per city requirement that we have an ending fund balance that's 25% of our total budget. And that only was implemented in 2020 or 2021, that new requirement of 25%. But if you look back from 2014 to 2016, our ending fund balance went up to $2 million. And then in 2017, that's when it dropped to 321,000. And that, if you recall, I mean, the commissioners can give you a history on that, but that was the city at that time didn't think we should have such a big fund balance. And that fund balance was reduced as a requirement of the city. And I won't get into the details about where the money went, but if Mike, Jim, or Rick want to, you feel free to do that. So since 2017, which I actually got here in 2016, since that time, wait, did I get here in 20? I can't remember when I got here. Somewhere in this range.
That's correct.
Okay. So we've been trying to build up the ending fund balance since then, so that we have, like I said, you know, the financial resources to pay the bills and things like that. And in the case that we need to dip into it, we can dip into it. So for the first time in 2021, if the city doesn't take that $300,000, our general fund balance will actually meet the criteria that the city has for us. So we're going in the right direction there. And again, it's one of those things where it's dictated by the city. It's not really a choice anymore. We have to have 25% ending fund balance. So just one more graph, and then if Melanie is on, why don't we bring her in? The expense versus revenue, just looking back over the 4 years, we generally don't expend all of our revenue.
Wow, please.
So if you look at the bars, that's the revenue that we bring in, and the line is the expenses. And that's how we've been able to build up the ending fund balance going forward. Is it's not our practice to spend right to the line. And you can see in 2019, we did get up there, but generally we aren't all the way up to the top. And that's what you're seeing there. And that's the reason why we're able to build up that ending fund balance. So going forward, as we introduce Melanie in 2 seconds here, I'm going to just go over what the charter states and what it doesn't state. The charter states that every year, a careful estimate of the money required for park purposes for the ensuing year, the coming year, we will take that estimate and file it with the city recorder, whereupon the city will include said budget in the general levy, but won't increase 4.5 mils per the thousand, or 4.5 mils, which is $4.50 per $1,000 of assessed value. We've never taxed at 4.5 per thousand. But what this doesn't say is how much of the taxing rate is we get. Generally, it's been $2.09 over time, but contemporarily, just in the recent years, it's been $1.89. So what the charter doesn't say is how much money the city has to give to us. What it says, though, is the order of operations is the Parks Commission will prepare a budget with the requirements to run the park system and submit that to the city. And then the city will respond to that and could include that in the levy that they put out for, which is basically property taxes. So generally the 209 has been the traditional amount, and that's been going on for a very long time. 2 years ago, it was changed to $1.89. That was a temporary change, but obviously since there are still budget issues that's still being discussed, and we can talk about that a little bit more later. So the budget issues are going forward. We do need to prepare a budget. We are in the process of doing that. The intent is to prepare the budget at the contemporary $1.89 per thousand and submit that to the city. One of the other budget issues that Melanie will be talking about is the city is increasing the central service fees, and those are increasing quite a bit, but I thought it'd be better for Melanie to explain this than me. Throw her out there. She's new though, so give her a break. But they are increasing quite a bit. In fact, 2020 back, they were pretty flat. They only increased like probably about the rate of COLA, probably 3% a year. And then 2021, there was a increase of around $200,000. And then 2022, the increase is more like $300,000, and that's per year. And these services are for things like the attorney, finance, IT, admin, HR type of things that we contract with the city for. Over that same period, our employee numbers have gone up and down. But they haven't, since 2016, we haven't gone above 41. And right now we're at 35 and 3/4, I think, is what we're proposing for the next biennium. So that's how our employee numbers have changed. And I'm going to turn it over to Melanie now. And I don't know, we'll just take off the share screen for while you're talking. So just to introduce Melanie, Melanie is the finance director at the city. She's been here less than a year, I think, but she's jumping right into a budget cycle and all kinds of different things going on. And she's here to, at our request, to discuss the central service fees. And also, Melanie, if you could touch on the 25% ending fund balance really quick. And as you can see, we're working towards that. That actually doesn't look too bad. And anything else you would like to touch on as well. And we only scheduled about 15 minutes for this, but I think if you need more time and there are more questions, I think we can go over, if that's okay with the commissioners.
Good morning. First of all, congratulations. That fund balance looks gorgeous. It always makes me happy when we're more on track. We're going where we need to be. I do really very much appreciate the invitation to participate and kind of be part of a conversation. Just real quick, the fund balance recommendation is specifically, as Michael mentioned, to ensure stability going forward and to ensure that we have cash flow capacity across all funds. So the intent that went to City Council, and I explained a little bit of this when I came to see you last time, was really to get consistency across all the city funds, including the Parks General Fund, and to ensure that we were looking at the long term and moving from kind of getting through to a little more sustainable, if not outright resilient, so that as things happen, we're continuing on and our service levels continue without having a lot of disruption. The 25% is higher than the bare minimum that is recommended nationally, which is about 17 to 18%. And the reason being is because of the volatility of our revenues. The other aspect of that is Oregon is incredibly restrictive on property taxes. So it's interesting, I've been diving and I have to thank Mr. Gardner for raising a good question for me about the maximum mill citywide, because that varies so dramatically from state to state on how it's regulated. And Oregon does have some unique quirks to it. So we are at 4.286 citywide. That is our maximum. And it is down from the 15 mills that were originally intended within the charter. So that came about 1997, and there's been a couple of tweaks in there, but it brings us down to 4.2865. So just as a kind of frame of reference of what we're working from. We're also capped at
Melanie, can I jump in really quick? You mentioned the 15 mills, and I wasn't going to bring that up, but just so it's not confusing, there are two places in the code, in the charter, that mention the millage, and one of them is the city council side for the city budget, and that mentions 15 mills on the dollar, which is 15. It's a lot, and that's that's to cover the city general expenses, and then it also mentions 4.5 mills in the Parks Commission section, which I interpret to say that the 4.5 mills was, which is ridiculous to think that you would ever charge that much, but 4.5 mills was the ceiling that Parks and Rec couldn't go over, and the 15 mills was the ceiling that the city council or the general fund couldn't go over. Is that correct?
The 15 mills is citywide, so the 4.5 is part of that 15. Is the way I was reading it. Now, what the state says is you get 4.5, you get 4.2865, period. Sir?
Go ahead.
Yes, I think your interpretation is based on the 1997 law. But I think if you actually read just the charter and not in the context of any state law, I think it makes more sense what Director Black said, which is they're two separate entities.
It does say included, and I want to point out we're talking about intention as opposed to what the state law is, and the intention when it was written, I believe that it does say that whereupon, I know it says this, whereupon there shall be included in said general levy in the 15 not to exceed the 4.5, but that's the intent, and it is important to understand intent. But the laws have changed this since it was written. So, Commissioner,
I have a question for Melanie. So it's kind of confusing. What is the actual millage that the whole city is? That the 4.865?
4.2. Yeah, 4.2865.
Yeah, okay,
yes, that's the operating
that's all
levy.
the city gets to charge for their millage then.
For operations. Now there is, as Michael also just explained beautifully, under a general obligation debt that the city does have a couple, those are separate and above, but those are specifically voted by referendum. So. Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Melanie. You're running this for now.
Okay, Mr. Land.
So, Melanie, you weren't. This was not your issue, but it is an issue about ending fund balance. It hasn't been that many years ago that we had a 25% ending fund balance, and the city came to us and said, "You don't need that, and we're going to take it from you." Not all of it, but took part of it for other uses, and said, "Don't worry about it. We have, we can deal with your needs, any fund balance needs out of the general fund." So my question is, what changed?
So I've been here 5 months, so I'm going to be a little bit reluctant to speak to my predecessors or any of those recommendations. What I specifically recommended was that the city adopted policies that were called this out, so that it treated the funds independently and that it spoke to them independently, partially because it holds all of us accountable, but it also protects both parties' interests, as you know. So it's kind of interesting to me to talk about both parties when they're also the same party, but recognizing that it does operate differently. That to me was really important to have articulated, because there's also, you know, alongside all of this is the fact that when we're reporting the audit and those things, they are reported as one and the same entity, because they are under the financial reporting the same entity, but I wanted to really respect that they needed to be addressed separately. So that's why it's specific to both funds. Not knowing the history of the capture, we'll say, of fund balance in the past, I think it actually, if anything, strengthens that position that should not be touched, that it needs to be held as 25% in the park's general fund and then 25% in the city's general fund. The city is not at 25%. So we have quite a bit of work to do. And it's going to be a struggle to get there. There's no question. The problem comes is that we don't, we need to be thinking of what we want to accomplish in the long run, not just today. So, Mr. Gardner.
So I would just add to that. I think Mr. Launt's point is that, you know, in the past we had been conservative with our carryover, that we had an ending fund balance, and it was taken away from us and used, quite frankly, to balance the city's lack of ending fund balance. And now we're being asked to do that again. So I think that, you know, that's the point. It's like, okay, you know, you can say that won't ever happen again, but that's kind of the recurring, you know, gentleman's agreement that we had with someone that said, do this and we will do that, and then that didn't happen. So that would predicate some of the skepticism from
Absolutely
moving forward.
I wholly respect that. There's a running joke right now already catching steam amongst some of the department heads about my high level of paranoia. So I wholly respect.
So
Michael,
I just wanted to say, you know, the one silver lining here, I guess, well, two is, one, we're getting our fund balance back. We're building it back up. And two, the city council has adopted this 25%. Am I right, Melanie?
yes, sir.
So now it's not arbitrary. The money, the general fund money is there because it's required. And for the city to do anything like previous, they would have to go against their own rules to do it, where previously I don't believe there was a rule that we could have argued against. So anyways.
So fair point. I mean, it really does make it makes me very conscious of being mindful of how to present and frankly think through some of the things and directions I might go in a different environment. In particular, let's talk about central service fees. So, because I know that one is very sticky, and if it makes you feel any better, which I'm sure it won't, but I'm going to tell you, the police department and the fire department are freaking out, because they also don't have a commission that gets to say, wait a minute, you need to explain this deeper. But there has been, from everything that I can evidence, a pattern of behavior in that there were conscious decisions to not charge central service fees to all of the operating departments because they couldn't afford it. Makes sense. We were trying to do things to keep things going. And be honest, it really shows up in parks and fire and police and fire, not parks, drastically, because they've underfunded then some of these internal activities. The Central Services Fund is not upside down like the insurance fund, which is, thank heavens, a wonderful thing to have, but it still is very clear that the allocation methodology, which was set up some time ago, and all the departments were invited to participate in that, and it's a formal model that holds up to federal scrutiny and the grant standards, has very specific charges that should be charged. There's been a conscious decision to not charge those. So those flat years, that's the exact same dollar amount for 4 years straight, regardless of the cost of delivering service. And then there was a jump in the last biennium. And then this is the jump to full charging. What I'm looking for through the process is recognizing it's going to be very challenging to jump the full way for everybody, particularly in the equipment side, which fortunately is not affecting you guys. but I take that back. It's affecting you on the repair side, not on the replacement side. The problem becomes that there is a defaulted decision made to subsidize activities without it being an overt decision by the policymakers. So by putting it into the budget, it forces more of a conversation and an open conversation about the ramifications of these funding streams. And that's part of my motivation in ensuring that this happens. It's part of my obsession with full cost of service, full disclosure, making sure that we are crystal clear so that when you're making decisions, you decide you're going to do this or you're going to do that, there's more exploration of what that means. The central services costs themselves did not go up drastically. We assumed 4% increase. Now, my expectation is once we get done scrubbing, because frankly, we're taking out I hope a scalpel and not amputation, to clean up it. And I apologize, cleanup's a bad term. We want to streamline everything we can possibly streamline. And so certainly finance and everybody else, we're peeling back every layer we can get to. Right now, I don't have much room within the central service activities to cut. So while I hope that we can streamline some of those and bring down those costs, which would then immediately be passed on, it's fairly close to where it has to be to maintain what we're doing. Now, if there's changes to what gets decided is the array of services, then obviously we'll make those changes across the whole system. The actual cost increase, I believe and Tara, you're on there, I think in the conversation with Bren was about $30,000 to $40,000 total. And it did reflect some increases in activity. The big jump is the full funding side of things. So in the last biennium, the charge was calculated to be $813,000. It was charged at $534,000. This year it's 884 total, and we're charging at 884. And so that's the big shock to the system, frankly, and it's system-wide. All city departments seeing it in an effort to really kind of identify what it costs to do business. The parallel of this is the insurance fund. The insurance fund is upside down. At the council meeting on Tuesday, we went into some pretty deep discussion and good discussion about why. And then what does that mean going forward? So the next council meeting, I'll be presenting in detail some of the observations that we're finding about activities. Unfortunately, the city hasn't tracked this data at the level of detail that gives us much to analyze, but we're getting there. There's been good progress made in the last year and a half. What it's telling us is that there's been systematic underfunding of insurance. When that happens, it defaults to the general fund. If any internal service fund does not meet its obligations, it goes to pooled cash. The pooled cash pulls from the general fund because it is an obligation of the taxes, of the taxpayers at that point. And that's a fundamental, I want to say rule, but it's a fundamental accounting structure that needs to be identified and talked about, because then it informs all the other decisions. And that's part of, the whole central services merging into the general fund, and this dialogue about insurance fund and the central service funds is if we define and explain full service and full cost of service, then we can really talk about what our priorities are. Commissioner Gardner.
So just a quick question, and I'm not an accountant. So if you had established, or if the city had established the charge for central service funds to each department and, or in this case, APRC, but then charged less, how did the city pay for that?
So they had built up, from everything I can tell, some balances where costs had either come in lower. There's some evidence of transfers that were made in. I have been kind of pulling back the layers of the onion to figure out exactly how these balances are derived. There's a few transfers in there that are not charges for service. And there are some activities that took place at some point 16, 17, 17, that range, that 15 to 19 range, that definitely there was some backfilling of funding, but basically what happens is sooner or later it spends down its fund balance. And that's what's happened in the general. And so the insurance fund is the extreme version of this.
Sure.
It's spent out and it's now gone into deficit. It's being cash flowed by the general fund. So we have to replenish it, fix it, and then get it on track going forward so that it stays solvent. Just like all insurance plans, you know, some years you're great, some years you stink. Yes, sir. Commissioner Lamb.
Since you're talking about the insurance fund, what is happening with charges to APRC related to insurance fund?
So it's a system-wide increase to everybody. Those charges are going up considerably. I believe our total increase to the insurance fund is about 1.6 million citywide. So
Ours is going up.
It is.
I think it's around $77,000. I'm not 100% sure. Tara might be able to jump in and say that. We were at 50 per year, and I think we're going 127. I could be totally off on those numbers. It could be 177, but we are going up.
And it's a reflection. Some of it is not going up as much because you do have a reflection of fewer staff and different types of activities. We do look at the types of activities, the distribution of activities. We utilize the state insurance standards. There's national standards for how much gets charged for sewer workers as opposed to clerical staff, those kind of things. So Parks and Rec is benefiting from some of that. Yes, sir.
So you said that insurance was spinning totally out of control, and the charges on that are going up 70,000 this year, but the charge for central services are going up 300,000. Can you please explain that for me?
Michael, did you want to say something?
Tara, how much are they going up? Insurance?
They're going up $86,000.
Okay. So
yeah.
And I just want to explain, I didn't show a graph for that because we've known that the insurance fund is an issue for many years. In fact, I believe it was 4 years ago that there was money borrowed from another fund to prop up the insurance fund and everything. And so it actually makes, you know, you hate to see things go up, but it kind of makes sense to me more on the insurance fund than on central service fund. That one's a little bit harder to understand.
So the central services increase is actually minimal in terms of year-over-year allocation. What got charged to the departments in past years has not been what the allocation showed it should be. So we've been pulling, you know, and this is part of where I'm pushing hard to understand where was that decision made? And I don't know. From my perspective and what I'm dealing with today is I need that decision to be at the policymakers level so that they can understand what the ramifications are of making that decision. There's $300,000 that was not charged in past years, and that defaulted then to fund balance and to other operations. There are other funds that did get charged more than they probably should have been. And so that has to be corrected. Majority were at or below what that cost allocation determined it should have been. So there have been some fortunate steps in that costs haven't been quite as high. And then there have been some drains on fund balance and some propping up from other areas. My concern is looking at the structure and making sure that we start with a thoroughly accurate structure. And then we can work from there, because then we know what the decision making is about, you know, the ramifications of the decisions. If the council or if the Parks Commission don't know what it costs to do the service in its entirety, it's much harder to make an informed decision about whether that's the top priority or not. And this is really true, you know, police, fire, parks, community development is less impacted because they don't actually do as much in these areas. But definitely police, fire, and parks.
So Melanie, Leslie, did you have a question? Okay, Melanie, one of the things that we've done in the past to try and help us make sure we're on the right track in the way we manage things as a performance audit. And I don't know if you have experience with those or not, but you probably do. And is that something that central services could potentially do over the next few years to look for those efficiencies and those types of things by bringing in a consultant, somebody else's eyes looking at things to see how things are structured and see if there's ways you can do things better? Is that something you guys would consider?
So that's my baby. I'll be brutally honest. That's my background has been working with cities in fiscal crisis. I didn't intend it that way when I got out of grad school, but surprise. One of the things that I'm specifically looking at is auditing processes, auditing structures. Do we have every process possible that we're doing? I start in finance because obviously that's what I have direct influence, most immediate influence over. We are bringing in the third-party administrator on the insurance side because right off the top, there are certain behaviors that are contributing. We need to amp up aggressively our education of staff about how we report incidents, preventing incidents, the magnitude of what impact those incidents have. Even just the explanation for staff as well as the public that if we have a whole bunch of accidents, that translates into laying off or cutting back services. We are impacted by the statewide insurance pool. We're impacted by things that we have no control over, but we need to manage what we can. Within central services specifically, there are several areas that we're looking very hard at. We do not, as an organization, use all the tools available to us in the software package in Munis. We need to use that. We need to streamline purchasing. That's one area in particular that I have very close eyes on, because that's, it can be done faster, easier, better, and in effect more effectively in terms of controls and distribution, also opening up to more vendors, particularly women and minority-owned businesses. That's not been an emphasis, and we could actually do more and not spend as much. We have a lot of those little things that, to me, I consider part and parcel of the job. That's what we're here for. When you hire us, that's the expectation, is we're always looking for efficiencies. We're always looking for better ways to do things. How do we make the best bang for the buck for our customer? In terms of bringing in an outside consultant, there's some areas that I think we probably will need to. Obviously, insurance requires such an expertise that that's kind of a no-brainer, and we already pay for it. So I want them in the house. Health insurance is another area. It's a little less effective on some of the administrative functions. However, we've purchased the Granicus software, which is the agenda software. That will help. It's a margin, but it still shrinks costs. It contributes to that efficiency. Utilizing Munis better would definitely add to efficiency and reduce these costs. Will they translate to hundreds of thousands of dollars? I don't know that they will, but that doesn't mean we don't do them anyway. So we are looking at it. That's the long answer. The long version of the short answer is absolutely. That's an area that I'm a real big fan of. Commissioner Gardner.
Just questioning how much longer you intend to present on yours. We're kind of running off of our prescribed schedule. So I was just.
I actually just wanted to make sure that I answered questions. I didn't prepare anything specific other than to let you know where the central services were coming from. Happy to answer any other questions or come back at another time.
Sure. Go ahead, Commissioner Lott.
Yes, Melanie, you had, or I had heard that the revenue from property taxes was going to be less this year because of some, I don't know, pandemic, fires, whatever. Is that something that you have said, or?
It has been discussed statewide. The issue right now, and I just got an email Wednesday confirming that they haven't told us exactly what the impact's going to be. There was waivers in effect, or pro ratas provided to the residents in Talent and Phoenix who were directly impacted. That affects countywide collections, so that will get spread across the entire county. And then we don't know what our default rates are. Our delinquency and default rate we expect to actually go up, which will affect next year and the year after. Yes, sir.
Well, I called when I heard that, I called the county, and they denied that that's true. They said that each entity, each town, each taxing entity collects money for their entity, for that entity, and only is for that entity. So something that happens in Talent or Phoenix should not be affecting us. So that's why I'm challenging that assertion that our property tax should be going down because of what's happening elsewhere in our community.
Well, I find that I can only go by with the information they provided me this week, which was, yes, we expect some kind of impact. No, we don't know what it is. Frankly, it should be nominal relative to the total valuation of the county. The collection rate does directly affect us. And that we do expect, though that won't affect current year.
Oh, go ahead.
If what I was told is correct, I don't see how it would affect any year. It's only we were very fortunate and we're not affected by the fires. We have not seen property values go down. So given all that, I don't see any argument for why we should be expecting property tax revenues to go down.
Mr. Lewis?
Yeah.
Back in 2008, there was the mortgage default in the county, and Ashland wasn't nearly as affected as, say, Central Point or Talent and these other areas. Well, we had a tremendous effect on our budget at that point, and the city administrator at the time had to go hat in hand and ask everybody to pull back, and it was pretty severe in that period. So I know maybe that isn't exactly the same, but that's the last real financial upset that happened in the county, and it seemed to have affected us fairly considerably, even though our mortgage default wasn't at the level of other communities. So I don't know the mechanics of it, but that's just an anecdotal story that back in the day, that the last impending was affected us greatly.
If I might, there are two separate issues involved.
Sure.
One is the loss evaluation specific to Talent in Phoenix. Two is if they choose, is the collection rate itself. The collection rate is a countywide calculation that's defined by state law. That's what the county tells us we're going to get. If countywide collection rates drop from 95% to 92%, we will get 92% of our taxes. They have not told us specifically if this deferral or pro rata or whatever it is they want to call it for Talent in Phoenix will be applied elsewhere. What we're waiting to hear is what effect that may or may not have for us. Because it is so new, the state law really isn't that clear.
I'm going to let Director Black talk, and then I think we need to take this discussion offline, quite frankly, to move on. Well, we're here to do.
Just really quick, I think I understand where you're coming from, but the one thing I don't understand is when do you find out, and do you really find out, or do you just find out what everyone thinks is going to happen and you don't really know until taxes are actually collected?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm frankly kind of wandering through this a little bit, and I've been, calling everybody I can and saying, give me something to work from. Because as you and I've talked, I go back to the specific language of the law, the ordinance, the charter, whatever it is, and I don't have that. So
we're
I'm
working
still
off of projections, and obviously there's some confusion on our end, and based on what the county has told Commissioner Lant. But I agree with Commissioner Gardner. We could address this offline. So.
Okay. I will say current year collections are doing as well as expected. They really are on track for what was budgeted. So I wouldn't expect, certainly for the Parks Commission or the city, to suddenly have something yanked out from under us in the remaining, 5 months of the fiscal year.
Okay.
I think it's safe to say that it's an important question that the commission is interested in, as I'm sure the city council is as well. So, but any other specific questions regarding central services, insurance, the APRC budget from commissioners? Well, Melanie, we appreciate you coming to our meeting today, and actually look forward to seeing you again, because I'm sure we'll need your expertise as things move forward, and quite frankly might request your attendance at a future meeting if we have questions that need to be answered.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I just add to that we do plan on submitting our budget soon, and once it's submitted, I think it would be a good time for you to come back and talk. So
Yeah, absolutely. As we get a little more, as we get more information, I want to share it as much as possible. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Best of luck
Thank you
to you.
very much.
Thanks, Melanie. Sorry.
Right. So it looks like we'll probably need to exit out of the organizational chart if we want to get on to levels of service. Michael?
Yeah, I can bring that up in a commission meeting.
Commissioner Lunt?
It seems like maybe we should readjust the schedule a little bit so we can keep the public input on schedule.
Yeah, we have approximately 8 minutes until we were going to have public input. I'm thinking if, Michael, do you want to start one of the levels of service presentations, and then we would go take a break to go to public input?
Yeah, I think I could probably knock out the parks level of service in that time. I will knock it out in that time if you're okay with it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, and we'll try to keep it as close as noon for the public input.
Okay, so 1 second there. All right, so as I had mentioned previously, Parks is of the divisions we're going to talk about today, Parks was affected less the way, or differently, I guess I should say, than the other divisions. The other divisions are dealing with shutdowns and people not being able to come to their facilities and not being able to run programs. Parks is exactly the opposite. Parks is taking the overflow of people who need something to do. That hasn't changed. We all have needs, and the parks are still open, the trails are still open, and all of these things are being used to the extent that they can be. We're seeing a lot more people in the parks day to day and on trails and up in the forests and things like that. So just really quick, we separate it by parks and open space, and I'll do parks first. Parks is 190 acres of land. That's 18 parks. Those are manicured fields like you see here in the North Mountain Park ball fields. These are the 2 softball fields. And so that's manicured. So there's 190 acres of that manicured land that they take care of. The hillside that you see in the foreground, that would be open space that we'll talk about here in just a minute. But they do facility maintenance as well. So all the buildings that we have, if a light goes out in a restroom, this group is the one that goes and replaces it. If we have an issue in a restroom, or we have an issue in any of the offices or the Grove or anything, this is the group that takes care of that. We also have an urban forester who is a arborist who does all the forestry or all the urban forestry treatment within Ashland Parks and Recreation. I want to just give you, I'm going to just give you some stats really quick and then jump over to open space. So we have a 74-acre golf course, but it's also a parkland. It's not just a golf course. And I think we saw that a lot better in this pandemic, where we saw it switch over really quick to an actual park and a walking destination. And that's the way it should function in times when it's not being used with golf. And actually it does function that way sometimes while golf is going on. We have 12 acres of sports fields like you see with the softball fields here. I got to move my thing here. We have 11 play structures. Those are the playgrounds, 4 community gardens, 2 basketball courts, a skate park, tennis, pickleball, bocce, and bike polo courts, 3 volleyball courts, 8 rentable picnic areas and shelters, 2 ping pong tables, a splash pad, a pool, a restroom, an ice rink in it, and it just keeps going on. I can't name everything, but in naming that, I'm also naming all of the things that we have as far as facilities go that require maintenance, and some of those have deferred maintenance, like the shelters. We have at least one location where we need to decide whether we're going to replace a shelter or take it down and not have a shelter there. So all of those things have deferred maintenance that come with them too. So going to the next one so that we can stay on time. Open space and trails. We used to call this group forestry, but there was some confusion on why there would be a forestry division at the fire department and a forestry division at Parks and Rec. Our division does do forestry treatments, but they're focusing on our open spaces, which in some cases are forests, but they're technically open spaces and trail areas. They do maintain 557 acres of open space. They co-manage with the city. Not all of these trails are on our property. And we don't have an actual agreement with the city to maintain their trails, but we do co-manage and help coordinate the maintenance on 51 miles of trails. We do that with the help of several other nonprofits and volunteer groups, and the city does that as well. They work on they do forestry and reduce fire danger in the forest lands that we operate, the open spaces. There's wildlife habitat work that they do. They do try to work with the groups that I mentioned earlier, expanding trails opportunities, and also with the U.S. Forest Service in that, because a lot of our trails and the city's trails go from Forest Service to city to parks. And then there's special projects that they manage as well. This group in particular, a couple of those that just happened recently are the Beach Creek sediment trap, where we cleaned out all the sediment that was clogging up the trap in North Mountain Park, which is basically a settling pond. Let's see, the Hunter tennis court, the wall repairs, they replaced all the walls, but they also resurfaced or managed a contract for resurfacing all those tennis courts. And anybody listening, we are aware of the tennis court issues, and it's a warranty issue at Lithia Park, and we will be having that group come back to fix those tennis courts for the resurfacing. They put in permanent pickleball net posts in Lithia Park, and the Japanese garden site preparation. And that's just an example of some of the more recent projects that they've worked on. So they also do projects. But the bottom line with parks and open space is we're seeing an increase in use, not a decrease as a result of COVID. So that's all I need to do with that one. And I think that puts us at 11:59. So
Yeah. Any questions from commissioners at all of Michael? Okay, very good. Go ahead, Leslie.
Oh, I was going to ask, I know we canceled the organizational chart, but is it possible maybe Sean can send me a copy so that I can look at that as these levels of service talks are being given? Because I don't actually know who they refers to, like who that team is,
okay.
and that would really help me.
Yeah, how about,
Or is it on
I
the
can
website?
send it over to Sean and then he can send it to you, but actually I'll send it to you. I'll send it to everybody. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And we'll continue with our level of service presentations after we have public input. And then I know, I mean, the organizational chart is important, and I'm not skipping it to not get back to it. It's just to try to stay on time here.
No, it's no problem at all. It's just for me to sort of understand the structure better as I learn.
Very good. Sean, maybe you could help out in, so can we bring the individuals on and we'll bring them on one at a time?
That is correct, yes.
And there you have video. Is that what you said?
I should be able to set them up with video when I bring them in, yes.
Okay, and we still just have 3 individuals?
That is correct.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and we'll bring the first individual in. Since I don't necessarily see them, maybe they could just mention their name and maybe what group or the idea that they want to cover, and we'll give you 5 minutes. I see George.
Okay, I'll go first. Hi, Mike. So my name is George Dorman. I'm the president of the Ashland Soccer Club. I've been the president for 3 years. And I want to say that, you know, Parks and Rec, Rachel, now Haley, the maintenance people, Wes and Greg out at North Mountain, have worked so hard to help the club and meet our field needs over the, you know, the past few years. And I just want to bring up something. I know this is a goal planning session. I just want to raise awareness of something, which is that, you know, the Ashland Soccer Club, when I joined it 3 years ago, had about 125 kids. This spring, we will have 275 kids. We are, in addition to that, we service an adult league that has 125 players in normal times. So the Ashland Soccer Club is now about 400 individuals who play soccer. We have one field dedicated to soccer in the city of Ashland, North Mountain Park 1. Again, Rachel and also the other sport coaches have done an amazing job helping us squeeze kids in between softball fields, squeeze kids between the baseball fields at North Mountain, helping refurbish Briscoe so we could squeeze our younger players in over there. But right now, the YMCA is not offering soccer, and we are offering free soccer for kids at the U7, U8, U9, and U10 levels. That we expect that to continue for our U7, U8, U9 kids. So we just have a lot more kids. Soccer is a booming sport in Ashland, as represented by those numbers. So, but what I want to say is that we at the Ashland Soccer Club are very fortunate that we have been well managed over the years by some people. We have a significant reserve fund, and we know that the budget crunch that you guys have been talking about for the past, you know, hour or so is real. And we're not expecting miracles. What we're presenting is this idea of, look at how can we help? We know we have this community, this very diverse community of players and parents who we'd like to have more field use. And we have a reserve fund, and are there ways that we can work with you to find field space, create field space, change existing field space? I'm sure there's politics all involved in that, and I don't pretend to know what those are. But I will just say that, you know, we're here. We are willing to work in any way we can to create field space for these kids. And so that's it. That's all that I wanted to present as you guys go off and brainstorm.
Great. Well, thanks a lot, George. We appreciate your input, and thanks for the numbers. That helps us get a true feeling for the number of participants in your program and soccer across Ashland.
Thanks.
So thanks a lot. Okay, take the next one, Sean.
Okay, coming in now.
Looks like Melissa. Still muted. And so Melissa Mitchell-Hoagie, if you're out there. There you are. You're still muted.
We can't hear you at the moment.
There you go.
Okay, all right, sorry, I don't use, I'm out of practice. I don't use Zoom very much. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Melissa Mitchell-Hoagie, and I'm the director of the local grassroots group, Save Our Schools and Playgrounds and Friends of Lincoln Park. We really appreciate your work regarding both Briscoe and Lincoln School Parks, and for including the ongoing issue of Lincoln School Park on your list of goals for the previous biennium. We would love it if Lincoln School Park could be on your list, on your new list of goals going forward. As you know, Ashland citizens have used the wonderful school park located at the old Lincoln Elementary School as a de facto neighborhood park ever since the school was built in 1926, and it closed in 2005. And so it's been in a really kind of sad state of limbo for 17 years now. Actually, sorry, 16 years. And we've been working on this with Lincoln School Park for 17 years because we started in 2004, 1 year after Briscoe closed in 2003. And we consider these two neighborhood school parks to be sister parks because the two schools did close so close together, Briscoe in 2003 and Lincoln in 2005. We are hoping to have a permanent solution to this issue in place and a partnership between parks and the Ashland School District before the neighborhood park's 100th anniversary coming up in a few years. We are excited to have 64 local business sponsors, including the Ashland Soccer Club. So it's great to hear George's comments, and I took lots of notes. And I know they are interested in utilizing Lincoln Field. We also have 667 individual sponsors, and both those numbers are growing all the time. There's just a lot of support for this. And people are business sponsors, and people are supporting our efforts to preserve Lincoln School Park as an official city park. We love the Parks Commission's previously stated goal to work collaboratively with Ashland School District to keep Lincoln School playground and fields open to the public. But it might be helpful to have a little bit more of a push towards the goal of a permanent solution. So one possible brainstorm here is to maybe just tweak it a little bit to work collaboratively with the Ashland School District to preserve Lincoln School playground and playing fields as an official city park for the benefit of the community. As I mentioned, the Ashland Soccer Club has expressed an interest in using the soccer field at Lincoln for their kinder program, and they are one of our business sponsors. So we can't thank them enough. And we hope that at some point that they can utilize that soccer field. They cannot do so currently due to the condition of the field. The field hasn't been watered since 2012. So that is 9 years of very dry conditions for part of the year. Star thistle weeds have taken over the field because when you don't water, weeds proliferate. And I don't know if you're familiar with the star thistle weed, but it is a noxious weed, and it's completely taken over the entire field. We've gotten out there a couple different times to pull them up, and you have to be really careful when you mow them. We've been told that you can't just go in and mow any old time. If you do, then that could actually make the problem worse and make them just, spread them more. The situation is so dire that our group feels that parks experts are needed to remedy this situation. And that is because the star thistle weeds have not only taken over the field, but they have also now invaded the neighborhood. Citizens of Ashland expect our local leaders to work together to share public assets that are important to the health and well-being of the community, and to come together to solve the problems that our community faces. Thank you for your work on this issue. We remain ever hopeful that a solution can be found. And now I wanted to share with you just a couple of different resources. We're always finding just a ton of research online on this topic of joint use agreements between school districts and municipalities. So much has been done in just all across the nation over the past couple decades, especially. This has kind of become a thing. So one of the articles that is really important here is to us was done by the American Public Health Association. This is from 2014. And it's an article called Promoting Physical Activity Through the Shared Use of School Recreational Spaces, a policy statement from the American Heart Association. That's a really good one. And then there's another one that you might have already seen by the National Recreation and Park Association. And that one's called Parks and Recreation in Underserved Areas, which this neighborhood qualifies. And this last one I thought was particularly on point. It was published by a school district administration periodical called District Administration. And it's called How to Share School Parks with Your Community. And there's a couple of, it's a great short article. And you can find that on our Facebook group page. We posted it because there's a little video that goes along with it if you want to watch that. But they talk in the article about in Michigan, leaders at Grand Rapids Public Schools worked with city government and other agencies. They're taking the concept of sharing to the next level. Officials are strategically enhancing school parks and playgrounds in parts of the city that lack sufficient green spaces. The park's features are designed with an eye toward outdoor learning, as well as after school and weekend community use. A green schoolyard and outdoor classroom is being built, or I think already has been built, at Burton Elementary.
Melissa, I think you're out of time.
You're out of time.
Are we at time? Okay, and I just wanted to, I don't have time to do it apparently, but I wanted to share with you in that article, if you want to check it out yourself, they talk a lot about what Austin is doing with their school district is being very proactive about this and working with their parks department and city. And that's really interesting as well. And if people want more information, please check out our website, which is lincolnparkashland.org, and our Facebook group, which is Friends of Lincoln Park. Also, you can find our new petition, which is on our Facebook group page, Friends of Lincoln Park.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
Excellent. Go ahead, Sean. Next.
Joanne Eggers is coming into the meeting.
Great. Thank you. Hi, Joanne. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. You appear to be unmuted, but we don't have any volume. She's going to sign her presentation. Just give her a minute in case she didn't have something connected properly. You're muted, Rick. What were you saying?
Okay.
Sorry.
Now you can hear me. All right.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
What I have to say should take somewhat less than 3 minutes, I think, because I condensed a whole bunch of stuff. I'm Joanne Eggers, 221 Granite Street in Ashland. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm also really representing the values and concerns of the Ashland Ashland Climate Action Group, which is related to Southern Oregon Climate Action Now. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you early in your process of goal setting and budgeting. I'm basically interested in how the Parks Commission and staff plan to incorporate climate change action, most particularly the reduction of greenhouse gases, into their plans for this budget period. Well, I'd also like to say that the United States is re-entering the climate action, the Paris Climate Action Accord today, which I think is something to celebrate and pay attention to. So I'm advocating for making greenhouse gas reductions a part of the basic budget assumptions that would be related to all aspects of parks planning and operations, such as projects and programs, facility design, hiring criteria, maintenance and operations, acquisition of equipment and supplies, from lawns planted and watered and mowed, to trees trimmed, to pickups purchased, to buildings and pools heated. We have opportunities to reduce greenhouse gases. For most individuals and families, these are really difficult times. And I know for parks, the reality of budget cuts, reduced staffing, more maintenance, less revenue from food and beverage taxes, and the uncertainty of the impacts from COVID-19 presents huge challenges. How difficult it must be to set goals and budget, given all the unknowns and even the givens of the foreseeable future. The temptation may exist to reduce short-term costs in order to stretch the income streams that will be available for the next few years. Prioritizing greenhouse gas reduction may be more costly in the short term. Externalizing the cost of greenhouse gases, however, would place additional financial and climate burdens on future generations, even on our generation. My hope is that we do all that is in our power now to help secure a future where everyone's kids can live well, which of course includes enjoying the many benefits that Parks and Rec provides. I really appreciate your work for our community, especially in these difficult times. I hope when my grandchildren look back and think about us, they see that we've done all that we can to protect a livable future. Taking action now will make that more likely and less difficult and less costly. I wish you all the patience and health and imagination and superhuman ability to integrate all the pieces of this puzzle. Thanks.
Thanks, Joanne.
Thank you, Joanne. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Gardner, I believe I have one more speaker.
Okay, we have 4 more minutes.
All right, I'm bringing in Doug Goodwin.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hi. Thank you. And I will take less than a minute, I'm sure. My name is Doug Godwin, and I'm the Vice President of the Southern Oregon Pickleball Association. And I know that most of the commissioners know about, and Michael Black spoke about, resurfacing the courts at Lithia Park. And just on behalf of the pickleball players, we really do appreciate the commissioner's efforts to provide more facilities for our players. I think everyone knows that pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports. It outdistances tennis by 10 to 1. And during the pandemic, especially as we were able to play on the courts were immensely crowded. So I'm here today just to encourage the commissioners and the city to continue to look at providing the dedicated courts at Oak Knoll, and let you know that we currently in the Rogue Valley in Southern Oregon have probably over 600 pickleball players that play on a fairly routine basis. In Ashland, I couldn't give you an exact number, but I assume it's probably between 100 and 150 players from Ashland and the surrounding Talent area. So there's so much pent up demand. The Southern Oregon Pickleball Association would volunteer to help in any way we could with our players, If there's a matter of fundraising, we can certainly look into that. So I'll just close by saying that I again appreciate, and we all appreciate what you've been doing, and we would just encourage you to move as quickly as possible to making more facilities available to our players. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Joe. All right. Sean, is that complete our public input?
Yes, I do not have any more speakers.
Okay. Then we have a choice here, commissioners, that we can, we could either go to break and then come back to finish the level of service presentation, or we could complete item number 3 on our agenda and push back our break period to probably closer to 1 o'clock. Any preference from commissioners? So we move forward with presentation. Go ahead, either Jim or Rick, go ahead.
Have a kind of a 3 o'clock shutdown period. So, you know, I'm kind of good till 3, but gets kind of tight after that. So.
Okay.
I also need to pick up children at 3, so I will have to leave about 2:55 for sure.
Okay.
I think that given an hour for the other 2 level of service presentations is not really needed. That was only a half hour included. We had 10 minutes, so I think 20 minutes would be enough. So at 12:40, we should be able to break at that point.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Lund is right. We only had 10 minutes scheduled for each level of service. And what I would suggest is that we just have a hard cutoff time at 2:45, if that's, you know,
okay,
just amend it by 15 minutes is all. And we just cut off at 2:45.
Okay, and then we'll break from 2:45 to 1 o'clock and come back and get close to whatever our agenda permits.
Oh, and I meant a hard cutoff for the end of the meeting at 2:45, and then we'll have a cutoff for the level of service at 12:45.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So Rachel's up next.
Superintendent Dials, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. It's good to see you. I've been waiting in the background here, but let me get my presentation set up here. And so I'm going to be talking today about the, sorry, hold on. I got to figure out how to share my screen. About the recreation division, our level of service. And just to give, I just want to make sure I give a little context, and I've got my timer set and it's going to go off in 9 minutes. So I know where I'm at. And so the recreation division encompasses the volunteer and parks program, the nature center, our facilities and visitor services, all of our special events with that APRC runs, as well as coordination with the outside special events that happen within the city. Recreation programming, the Ashland Rotary Centennial Ice Rink and the Daniel Meyer Pool, as well as the clubhouse operations at the Oak Knoll Golf Course. So I am going to get started here. Sorry, let me go back. So I'm going to talk quickly. I'm just going to go through each of our services and talk about what we were doing prior to COVID, and then how our services have changed since COVID began up to now. So prior to COVID, our recreation and visitor services, the Grove was our main office for all of our programming and visitor services calls. We are open 8:30 to 5. We registered programs. People can stop by and pick up maps, ask about parks and services. That office also oversees all of our facility reservations for indoor and outdoor facilities, including what George Dorman was speaking about earlier with facility rentals, field requests, things like that. We also oversee indoor facilities at Pioneer Hall, and prior to the community center shutting down in downtown Ashland, we oversaw that facility as well. We also manage and oversee the Kayak Guanajuato and our RDAC committee, which is getting ready to meet again fairly soon. So after COVID, so this was prior to COVID. After COVID, the Grove shut down in March of 2020. In April, we laid off 2 full-time office assistants, and in that same time frame, all of our programming was shut down. Our programming staff was retained at that time in order to help kind of move us forward as we can begin reopening. All of our indoor and outdoor rentals, special events were suspended. Ball field rentals have resumed since fall of 2020 in smaller capacities. The Kayak Guanajuato space management continues, but with a loss of revenue. So that's the Recreation and Visitor Services. Our Volunteer and Parks program, which is run by our Volunteer and Event Coordinator, Suleiman Shelton. The Volunteer and Parks program position was created, I believe, back in 2009, and that was to support the IPM policy. That position oversees volunteers throughout our entire department. He manages screening and placement and recognition of all volunteers, and that's across the board through senior services, through the nature center, through work parties in all of our parks, and events and things like that. In 2019, there were over 1,500 individual volunteers and over 12,000 total hours of volunteer service. After COVID-19, there were just 489 individual volunteers and 6,978 total hours. Most of those hours have been in groups of, when I say groups, I mean 1 to 2 people, very, very small groups working in parks to maintain parks, to help with small projects. For instance, right now, Suleiman is working with a volunteer who is building an ADA garden bed in one of our parks that will go up probably in the next month or so. So that's just an example. Moving on to the Ashland Rotary Centennial Ice Rink. The rink is located in Lithia Park. Our recreation manager, Lonnie Flora, oversees that program. And that program does do recreational skate, family programming, hockey, and ice skating lessons. And we do hire temporary staff to run that program of about 16 per year to oversee. That program does run November through February. And the last time we opened in 1819, there was over 20,000 people that came through the rink. The ice rink did not open this last year. We, as you recall, we came to the commission to ask to reopen. You approved that, and then the restrictions changed with COVID, and we chose not to open because the restrictions were so complicated at that time. The Daniel Meyer Memorial Pool. It's our outdoor pool in Hunter Park. Open. Our typical season runs mid-June through mid-September, and we employ approximately 18 seasonal lifeguards, swim instructors, and Aqua X instructors. We oversee lap swim, swim lessons, adapted aquatics, water fitness, water polo, and open swim. During the off season, so that would be October through March or April, the pool is leased out to various groups, special interest groups such as Ashland High School, Phoenix High School, the Rogue Valley Masters, to use that facility in the off season for training. In the 18-19 season, over 10,500 visitors utilized the pool. The pool did not open in 2020 due to the pandemic restrictions. We are putting together, Lonnie Flora, our recreation manager, is putting together plans for a potential reopening of the pool this summer. Those plans will be limited due to COVID-19 and the current and future budget. So we are looking at options to open, but those options are going to be limited depending on what our budget is. The North Mountain Park Nature Center, before COVID, The Nature Center oversees maintenance of 14 acres of wildlife habitat and demonstration gardens. They installed some trail cameras, some trail counters a few years ago, and so they can actually track how many people are coming into the park. About 5,000 monthly visits. We are providing community program opportunities, hands-on outdoor and school-based educational programs, outdoor stewardship and service learning opportunities. The Nature Center does oversee the 4 community gardens around town. So that's one in Ashland Creek Park, Clay Street Park, Garden Way Park, and Scenic Park. The Nature Center hosts 2 public events each year, the Bear Creek Salmon Festival and the Rogue Valley Bird Day event. And they also work with various volunteer service projects and student projects through SOU and the local high schools. And they also provide administrative and strategic support to the Bee City USA subcommittee. So after COVID, we did lose a full-time office assistant. We did, oops, sorry, let me go back here. We eliminated hands-on outreach and school-based education programs due to the pandemic. We have significantly decreased the community program offerings. We have a decrease of outdoor stewardship opportunities and service learning projects, although we see that as being an opportunity moving into the next biennium to work one-on-one in smaller groups doing service learning and outdoor stewardship opportunities. The Nature Center has been closed, so there's no visitor hours. It's limited inside the building, but partnerships are continuing. So we look forward to what the Nature Center will be able to do into the future. APRC special events. Prior to COVID, these were our special events, things such as the Rogue Valley Bike Swap, the Rock the Knoll at the Oak Knoll Golf Course, the Pollinator Tour at the Nature Center, the Bear Creek Salmon Festival, things like that. After COVID, we have not been able to do much with special events due to pandemic restrictions. The city is limiting special events as well. So basically we were able to coordinate the virtual 4th of July run, where people actually ran on their own and put pictures on our Facebook page of them running the 5K and the 6 mile. And we were able to get a small amount of t-shirt sales in there as well. So those were some ways that we were able to connect with the community. And recreational programming, before COVID, we provide senior, adult, and teen and adapted youth program opportunities in all sorts of mediums, archery, pickleball, language, art, dance. We have about 95 average programs per season. And we also are building partnerships. These partnerships that we offer to help us with our revenue and our expenditures. Our partners include Rogue World Music, the Osher Lifelong Learning Program at SOU, the YMCA, our Table Tennis Association, and the Men's and Women's Golf Associations. So again, our programming was limited. We did resume some programming this fall, virtually and outdoor programs, small outdoor programs, and our partnerships continue. And the shining star of the pandemic is the Oak Knoll, the clubhouse at the Oak Knoll Golf Course, and I will also say the maintenance at the Oak Knoll Golf Course. The golf course has been able to provide service through the pandemic. They did have Patrick Orapollo, our golf course manager, has done an excellent job of making sure that things stay going out there with lessons and with Mary's Barbecue being able to mostly stay open through the pandemic. As we were saying earlier, the golf course was closed in April, part of March and all of April due to the pandemic. But once we figured out interpreted the guidelines, we were able to reopen the golf course fully. So, and across all of these services, the Recreation Division, we do ensure budget oversight, including proper cash handling and monitoring through all of our facilities and programs. We do provide excellent customer service, advocacy, where, you know, we constantly are taking comments on, you know, bike polo, foot golf, pickleball, whatever recreational activities people are wanting to do. We listen, we're filtering requests, and we're responding. Sponsorship and marketing efforts. Our marketing team meets bi-weekly and talks about ways we can market our programs, our services, and ways we can communicate with our citizens. We also, our website, our apps, and our online services, we upgrade those and review those occasionally to ensure that they're user friendly. And our program guide. Our program guide has been our main communication. And prior to COVID, we were printing that program guide out every quarter. Since COVID, because of budget constraints, we are doing an online only program guide right now, because it was a big part of our budget. So it's online only for now until we can get back to baseline. And all other before COVID activities happen as time allows. So in closing, let me stop sharing my screen here. I would like to say, we're looking at the 21-23 Biennium budget right now, and it's still, you know, it's really unclear. And we do know that there will be cutbacks in operations and a loss of some of our services. And yes, that's sad and uncomfortable to talk about, but that's the reality. And we're right now, our staff since last September has been working on cost recovery. And we're hoping to be able to share that with you soon. So the reality of what our costs and our services are. Staff, the recreation division staff, have been working behind the scenes to welcome our customers back in whatever way we can, when it's safe to do so. So that's what I have for you today. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I think my timer didn't go off yet, so it must be, I must still have time.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bell.
I'm just wondering, you said you were working on options for reopening the Daniel Meyer pool. I don't know if you can provide any detail about what the possible options might be. Do you mean the option of opening it versus the option of not opening it, or do you mean like different?
We're still looking at, actually, we just submitted our end of year budgets to Director Black last Friday. And so I think we're still looking at what our possibilities can be. And it depends on, you know, right now with COVID, the numbers look better. And depending on what risk category we're in, right now we are looking at options to open, and we want to be able to open, but we're also guided by our budget and how much money that we will have to spend within our budget. And looking at operating, one of the things we're looking at is honestly the ability to operate 7 days a week at the Daniel Meyer pool. We may have to cut that back to 5 days a week. And what 5 days are those, or limit the hours that we're open during the day. Our biggest expense is personnel. And so looking at how we can safely open, because we do know it's important to the community for us to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Rachel before we move on? Great. Thank you very much, Rachel, for your presentation. And we'll move on to Superintendent Glad for senior services.
Thank you. I guess I'd like some feedback. If the goal was to stop at 12:45, that would just give me 5 minutes, including questions. How would you like me to handle this?
How long is your presentation?
10 minutes.
Go ahead. Go ahead
Okay.
with you. Go ahead with
I
it.
will share my screen. So thanks for the opportunity. I have, so Senior Services Division, a reminder that we do run the Ashland Senior Center, but we work on senior issues throughout the community. And as we talked about last week, we set up some broad goals to really reach more of the community. I have varied this presentation from what I gave you last week. I'm going to focus more on the levels of service and the specific programs. The mission, again, that focus on enhancing the lives of seniors through healthy aging, well-being, dignity, and independence. And independence in particular helps people continue to be very much contributing members of society and reduces society costs for caregiving, which is quite expensive at the end of our lives. We also focus on advocacy, and this new mission was really about looking at the diversity of our senior population, from the young to the old, those with more capacity and less capacity, and engaging everybody and including the contribution that seniors make. So we looked at these goals last week. I won't review them in detail, but this is how we accomplish our mission, is through these goals, and then down at a more fine-grained level, how we do our programs and services. So here's the detail that I didn't share with you last week, and especially for some of you who are new to understanding the Senior Services Division and our audience. A big core of our services is doing information and referral for the community. That's a social services term. It means receiving people by calls in person, and now online we do a lot of it, and answering people's questions and directing them to the community resources that can help meet their needs. As a Parks and Recreation program, we are not here to meet every need that seniors have, but rather to help them with that navigation to find the myriad services available throughout our community with both government and nonprofits. We do a lot of just giving out phone numbers and helping people figure out who to call. And I can tell you seniors and families are very grateful for that. These days, people don't even have phone books to be able to navigate the old way. We also help do some more in-depth consultations, helping people with benefits and application assistance. The Senior Health Insurance Benefits Assistance is a great example. That's actually one of many partner programs where we're able to provide a fabulous service by partnering with another organization that provides trained volunteers. It can be quite challenging to understand Medicare and all the other insurances. We facilitate the city's senior utility discount and internet discount that's available for low-income seniors. Some of the people come through us, others come through the city. We give out free passes for the bus, the Ashland Connector and Valley Lift. Those are paid for by Public Works. And our partner RV Cog runs the Food and Friends program that has both congregate dining and home delivery to help make sure that the vulnerable seniors in our community get food. And this is mostly talking about what we normally do when we're not in the pandemic. And then I'll go on to a little bit about how things have changed. We also help caregivers and family members, not just seniors themselves. I personally run a dementia caregiver support group that meets monthly for the very challenging work of caregiving. Normally we have lots of fitness classes that are adapted for seniors, yoga, Tai Chi, gosh, there's more. And many recreation and social activities, including game groups, Friday movie, etc. And since the transformation of the senior program to the Senior Services Division, we do a lot of focus on education almost monthly, helping people with helping people to figure out how to do that healthy aging and what the resources are in the community. This is actually a photo of a disaster preparedness that we wisely did well before the disasters that we had this year. Not only were there important lectures, but we had a whole crew of volunteers helping people sign up for various disaster notifications, the Nixle and the county alert system. Computer tutoring has become even more important. We had a crew of senior volunteers who were more savvy than their peers helping, because it's hard for seniors to navigate almost anything these days without that computer access. We do some health promotion programs and a lot of big events, social and cultural. This was the 2019 ice cream social that was quite a fun event with the Jabberwocky Good Time Band playing. We added a variety of services during the pandemic that I spoke about in more detail last week. So in terms of the level of service, I want to give you a little bit of numbers. You're familiar with this format that I've used to report monthly statistics. I wish I'd had the thought to put this in a chart for you. I think the main takeaway I want you to have is this is our baseline year. I think across Parks and Rec, we're using 2018-19 as a baseline pre-pandemic, but this was really the baseline for the Senior Services Division that really was formed in 2018. And then you can see I carved out the 12 months prior to the pandemic. It overlaps a little bit, but the net takeaway here is that our services and our visits went up by about 14% year 12 months over this 12 months. And then of course dropped when we no longer could have these in-person services. We gradually figured out ways to bring various things back, initially outdoors and then online. And these numbers are building. I'm happy to say that our education is really building as seniors are getting used to taking advantage of online. Every one that we have is bigger and bigger. We have one this month that's now 35 people that are going to be on that. And actually we had a big event with the Ashland Radio Hour that had 200 people sign up. It's just not reflected here because I don't have my February stats in here yet. The month's not over. But here's another thing that I want to point out for you is that these services, not the fitness and recreation, but the services have continued very strongly throughout this pandemic. So I'm going to take a little bit of time just to compare a little bit qualitatively and quantitatively some of the pre and post. We don't get to count this so much in our numbers, but an important part of what we do is keeping that senior center open as a clean, warm, and welcoming space for adults 50 and above. Quite a few of our programs have a higher age limit, but overall we're open for 50 and above. And we were also trying to get better value out of the building with evening and weekend uses. So during the pandemic, we are still trying to be that welcoming, consistent, and source for our community and an accurate source of vital information and assistance that has been very hard for people to find elsewhere. We've heard a lot of comments from patrons that we are about the only people who directly answer their phone anymore. Every place else they leave messages and they maybe or maybe not get a call back. So a little bit numerically, those support services, I just showed you 340 before and 344 now, but we're doing it all over the phone and remotely. The Meals on Wheels, 1,300 meals a month. Now $12.50 a month, and a lot more of those are home delivery. The congregate dining is not happening, of course, but some of those folks are picking up their meals. And the fact that we've been able to allow Food and Friends to continue to use our building with abundant precautions and hardly anybody actually coming in. The volunteers pick up those meals outside. Mike Gardner can tell you that. Has allowed vulnerable seniors to continue getting vital nutrition during the pandemic. Very, very important. On the fitness, recreation, and education, dramatic drop from 903 visits per month to 82, but we're building again. Knocked it out of the park in this baseline in this year, this 12 months prior to the pandemic. We had 8 major events, and a 9th one was the Senior Volunteer Fair with 150 people. We had almost monthly education events. That's where we were headed with the transformation of the program. And as you can see, it's quite diminished, but slowly building back. So on a qualitative level, I want to talk about that collaboration with community partners. It's hard to measure that in numbers, but it's invaluable in what we're doing to build this net for seniors across our city. So That was very strong before the pandemic, and including our work preparing for disasters, working with some of the various community groups that work on that. And we have been a very, very vigorous presence in the community during the disaster. We get calls not just from Ashland, but other communities trying to, again, identify those resources and get those to people. We're very active in the Rogue Valley Organizations Against Disaster, RV COAD. A lot of you were aware of the roguevalley.recover site that they run. And now I'm very involved working on access for vaccine for seniors. And I can tell you that this effectiveness in the pandemic would not have happened if we hadn't built those relationships prior. And the advocacy has continued. Certainly making sure seniors get vaccine is my advocacy work right now, but also the Livable Ashland group is the name of the all age friendly initiative that was started with a work group out of our Ashland Senior Advisory Committee, and now they've built a steering committee that has representatives from all the key agencies representing different age groups, because they're really approaching this as making the community better all for everybody. There's sort of a motto in livability and age friendly that says what's good for 80 is also good for the 8-year-old. So future, if my program is funded all the way, if I don't lose staff, I hope that we'll be able to bring back the senior center and our programs at the Grove with restrictions in 2021. Later in the year, maybe we'll be able to open more fully in 2022. Some of the directions, if I am funded adequately, is we're really working more on social isolation and loneliness and internet access. And I was on the verge of setting up a senior jobs fair when everything shut down. And I see that as one possibility in the future. If we're not funded, which is a possibility, then we'll be looking at contraction. So I'm going to end there and see if there's any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Eileen, for your presentation. If you want to not share your screen, we'll be able to see if there are questions. Any questions from commissioners at this point on Eileen's presentation? Okay, I see none at this point. So thank you very much, Eileen. We appreciate it. Which brings us to, I think we're going to take a break. Well, as you can see, we're not going to be necessarily on schedule, but let's go ahead and take a break at approximately 12:55. Maybe if we can just hold it to 15 minutes and reconvene at 10 after 1. We would then pick up with the goals presentation. Does that sound reasonable, Michael?
Yeah, as long as it's reasonable for everybody else. I mean, if this is a work session, if you want to eat during the work session, you can, but just remember you're being recorded, so everybody will be able to see you eating every time they watch the show, show or whatever it is. But if that's okay with you guys, I can make that work, or we can make that work.
Yeah. Does that work for you? Go ahead, Leslie.
Should we take this break time to type up if we have particular goals? Is that going to make the process go more quickly? I was just thinking that I should probably do that because I have something, but I don't have anything typed.
Yeah, in fact, Dorinda sent us a message while the presentations were given. So if you want to send Dorinda a list of goals that you would like scribed that we could refer to when we get to that point, that would be great.
While I'm eating lunch and typing and
yeah,
you know,
do it in 15 minutes. 15.
I'm a mom, man. 15 minutes is like a lifetime for me.
Right. So, any other questions from commissioners?
Yeah, and if you can't get to it, Leslie, you can always verbalize those during the meeting as well. It's just it would make it more efficient. But
I'll get you something.
So.
I think do we just go black then for 15 minutes and reconvene at 10 after 1? I think that's what we do.
Yeah, Sean, is that what we do?
Yeah, I'll share my screen with a document that says we'll resume at 1:10.
Okay.
Then
And we
would you mute everybody?
Yes, I'll mute everybody.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
I can pretend I'm talking to Michael Black. Hey, how you doing?
There you go.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm getting a little crazy with all this screen time.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh,
Okay. So, Michael, we're gonna tear off on item number 6, current APRC goals and accomplishments.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, we are. I am going to go through all of the current goals right now, and I'm actually going to do it really quick. I'm just going to touch on which ones have had significant accomplishments and which ones have not. And then I'm going to go into the goals that we're recommending as staff get continued on into the next biennium from this current biennium. And then we can launch into the brainstorming. And of course, these are just our recommendations, and you'll be able to talk about that. The other thing I wanted to mention right now is that I haven't had a chance to talk to Sean or the rest of the staff about this, but I think it would be wise to continue this discussion at the study session on March 3rd, which we had tentatively planned to do, to have Melanie come to that meeting. But since she's already come to this, maybe we could continue goal setting and finishing this up on the 3rd, and then I can present more information on the budget at that time as well.
Yeah, I think that would be good if we could set this, the rest of the time we have in this meeting up as a setup for that study session.
Okay. All right, and then we'll work on the logistics for that. So I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen. And one second here. Okay. All right, so this is just the review of the 19 to 21 goals, and we have 20 of them. So I'm going to go through them. I'm like I said, I'm not going to give a lot of detail, except the fact that we've accomplished them or done significant damage towards accomplishing them. So better make sure. So the first one is, and when you see the circle around them, those are the ones that we have made accomplishments on. We did update the Trails and Open Space Comp Plan and did get it adopted. And we continue to purchase lands according to the plans. And that's something that has been adopted. I'm sorry, the open space has not. The Trails Plan was adopted. The Open Space Plan has not been worked on. The Parks Development Standards has not been worked on. The easement at Ashland Pond, although we haven't acquired the easement at Ashland Pond, we have created an alternative route at Ashland Pond, so that if we do end up with a blockage by private property again, there's a way that people can access alternative access to the pond area. That is something that we'll be continuing to work on. The next one is East Main Park. This says design and begin building new East Main Park. We did get set back quite a bit because of COVID, but we have negotiated a contract and we're ready to present a contract to the commissioners. And then once the commissioners approve it, we can present it to the city council for their approval. But that should be coming up soon here as well. As far as improved public aquatic recreation competitive options in Ashland, I believe we've made significant headway on that in the planning sense. We've been able to do the ad hoc committee. We've ensured continuous operations, except for the impact from COVID. We would have continued continuous operations. I think we would have been able to do that until the new pool is built. At this time, we have a plan that is still being worked on. We're still working on getting a consultant to look at the solar. And then we'll bring it back to the Parks Commissioners and hopefully get a plan approved, and then start talking about how to implement it. So the next one was work collaboratively with Ashland School District on the Lincoln School Playground. Now, I've circled this one as we've worked a lot on this one. And the place where it is right now, and I went back to the last time that we reported on goals, which was at the beginning of March of 2020, the beginning of March of 2020. And the update on this item from March of 2020 was that it's basically been put to rest because the school district has informed us that they don't have any intention of selling the land, and that they do have the intention of keeping it open for a park. Since that time, they haven't indicated anything different from that. They are still indicating that they do not want to sell the land, but they have indicated that they will continue to keep it open as a public park, except for what we found out recently would be during the times that school is in, because there are students moving to Lincoln School. They had just requested, we just found this out this week, that they had requested some signage at the site that states that the whole field would be closed during school hours, but that the public would be welcome to use it during non-school hours. The last instruction you gave to me on this was to write the board a letter saying if they ever do decide to sell it, that we would like to be considered or approached about it and have first right of refusal if that's possible. We did work with volunteers to explore the locations for a pump track, and that's included in the East Main Park design. We did explore suitable locations for a pickleball facility, and we even designed a pickleball facility. Unfortunately, we lost our funding for it, or the funding was, we lost the funding for it. And we ended up doing an alternative, which was surfacing the Lithia Park courts and changing one of the tennis courts to 4 pickleball courts. Oh, sorry. The basketball court at Ashland Creek got really close to being finished or designed, and was about to be bid out. And when COVID happened, explore the fire vulnerability on all APRC lands. That is actually ongoing. I should have circled both of those, but that is ongoing. And I have a modified goal for this one that I am recommending that we put forward to next year. But we did not explore a bond for fire suppression. So the next ones, explore the feasibility and community support for a low angle trail on east side of Lithia Park. We did not actually get to that. That was something that was discussed in the master plan. As far as bringing it to the city council, or not city council, the Parks Commission, that did not happen. So I would like to talk in the discussion a little bit later if that's something you'd like to see come forward. At least the mountain bike folks do want to bring it forward and get a definite answer on it. And so I am proposing that one at least be discussed as we go forward. Work with the Ashland School District to get an agreement for use of school gyms. Unfortunately, we did not get to that one. Explore the need for feasibility of a centralized recreation center. We did not get to that one. We did design, and we almost wrote a check for a playground for the Oak Knoll Golf Course when the funding issue happened with COVID last March. We actually have a design. We had a quote. We were ready to order the playground from a local company here in Grants Pass. And that was unfortunately put on hold. And then explore and implement, as funds allow, capital improvements that would reduce long-term maintenance costs. And unfortunately on that one, we started exploring it. There was some work, a significant amount of work done with TID and trying to get Hunter Park over to TID as opposed to city water for watering. There are some things that are still going on right now that will help that to happen in the future, but I don't believe that we've accomplished anything on this in the last 6 months. All right, so build the Mace Property Trail, connect Oak Street to North Mountain. In the crudest terms, that's happened. It hasn't happened in the way that I think we envisioned it, which was that it would be paved. But there is a trail out there. People are using it. And I'll just add on to this in that area. We did recently apply for a grant for a bridge that would go from Nevada Street on the west side to Kestrel Park. And that would open up this area as well for bike ped, and it would just be a bike ped bridge. And that's part of the whole pedestrian plan, bike ped plan for the Bear Creek Greenway. Continue to be the solution for realizing an authentic Japanese garden. I think we have accomplished that, and that is moving forward. Perform a system-wide master plan for APRC, and this is in an attempt to increase our SDCs. I'll just say it again, for some of you may not have heard this, but a couple of years ago, we were able to take a look at an SDC, which is system development charges, which gets charged whenever a new house is built or an office building is built. There's a determination that there's an impact from that new building on existing infrastructure, and it could lead to a need to expand infrastructure. So the state allows us to charge system development charges, which are impact fees, basically. And we have one of the lowest impact fees in the state of Oregon for one of the nicest park systems per capita. I mean, probably the largest park system per capita in the state. We have the lowest SDC fee. And we were able to find that out because Bend did an evaluation and they shared that information with us. So being able to do a master plan is necessary, not only to define all of the issues we have and create a plan for deferred maintenance, start working on projects, on deferred maintenance projects, but to also increase the SDC fee to the level that is realistic, or I think expected or needed. Let's say needed. So we didn't do anything on that one. All of the money for that project was taken away as soon as COVID hit and put toward it. Well, it wasn't there actually. It just disappeared. Complete the Lithia Park master planning process. That is close to being completed. The work with the consultant is done. There's a small work group with myself, Rick Law, and Mike Gardner, who are working on getting a presentation ready for the rest of the commissioners on the Lithia Park master plan to complete it. So those are all of the goals from this biennium, with a short update on where we are with those things. What I would like to do, and I'm going to bring up the goals that again in just a second here, so I'll have a chance to talk about them. But what I'd like to do from here is go into the goal setting workshop. The idea is that we would do a brainstorming activity, and it would be the commissioners who are doing it, and I would try to help facilitate that. Brainstorming, in true brainstorming fashion, what we would do is everybody would have a chance to put their potential goals up on the flip chart, and there can be some discussion about that. But at this point in time, there are no bad goals or bad ideas, and we're not here today to poo-poo anybody's ideas or to say something won't work or to challenge any ideas. We do want to get everything out there, and we will have plenty of time to discuss all of those before you prioritize them. But we want to get them all out there. And what we find when we do brainstorming and goal setting is without fail, and it doesn't matter how diverse the group is, if you're coming together, we're coming together to set goals for parks and recreation. I've been involved in other groups where you're setting goals for projects or for programs and things like that. But we're all coming together, and we generally will have similar goals. We'll think about them separately, and we'll put them out there differently and potentially have variations. But when you take all the variations and you think about the context of the goal and what's actually what we're trying to accomplish, a lot of times we want to accomplish very similar things. And by doing this process, we may start with 50 goals. Half of those may be related to each other, and we get down to 25, and then they all support each other, and we can add to them. And eventually we get down to a manageable number where everybody's input where we have one goal that maybe doesn't look exactly like anybody proposed it, but we take pieces and work together to come up with a goal that meets most everybody's idea of how to accomplish that thing that we want to accomplish. And that's something that we will work on in between today and the 3rd of March. We're going to start with the previous goals that I think we should move forward. That's just what I think. It's your decision whether they move forward and how they move forward, whether you change them or keep them the same or don't move them forward at all. As we're going forward and we're talking about new goals, there's a difference between a policy goal or, for instance, exploring something for the potential of making a policy to do something I would consider a policy goal versus a physical goal. A physical goal would be build a new sports facility or indoor aquatic center. That would be a physical goal that has a CIP dollar attached to that as in addition to a lot of investigative work and planning and things like that. But I would consider that the distinction between a CIP project as being a physical goal where you're accomplishing something physical and a policy where it's more planning, leading towards potentially down the road a physical goal, but in the planning phase. Or many physical accomplishments, I should say. And then we'll meet again to refine. So I put this picture in here as we get started because I want to emphasize a couple of things really quick. And you can't see my notes, right? This is just, I want to make sure you get the full picture here. So this is a picture of Lithia Park with Ashland Creek in the background. And this was back in the early 1900s, could even been between 1916 and 1920, could have been the opening day. I don't think it was. It was probably a band performance or something along those lines early on in the Lithia Park history. But these people attending the park back then, I think had an expectation that what was being created was secure and free of threat of disappearing because of the charter for the city of Ashland. If you look at the timelines and what cities were doing in 1908, most cities weren't thinking about, only the progressive cities were thinking about establishing quality of life practices or laws, if you will, if you consider the charter a law, which it is. They were implementing quality of life charters to ensure that the expectation of the quality of life would continue throughout time and through generations of people living in Ashland. And the charter helped with that, but as we moved on, there were some changes, but the one thing that hasn't changed is the quality of life. The aspect of quality of life in Ashland is the thing that the forebears saw as the key to a great community. And you can see it in the establishment of the Chautauqua movement, and then Lithia Park, and then the Shakespeare Festival, and the Twin Plunges, and all the different things that Ashland has, and SOU, or SOU, and all of the different things that Ashland has that the other communities within Southern Oregon don't have. And it's the quality of life that makes Ashland what it is. And the expectation, I think, is still there. If you fast forward 100 years, this is almost exactly the same location as where that other picture was taken. It's just looking the other direction. It's near the Ender Shelter, but this is another event. 100 years later, maybe a little bit more than 100 years later, the expectation for quality of life in the city of Ashland has not changed. People see Ashland as the cultural hub for Southern Oregon. It is the cultural hub for Southern Oregon. The quality of life supports the high level of property values within the city of Ashland, property values that you don't see throughout the rest of the Southern Oregon communities. And the reason goes back again to the quality of life. And I think it's the expectation of the community members that the quality of life continue to the level that they expect. And I think it's even more so with the Ashland Parks and Recreation Commission, because there's a charter that actually establishes an elected commission to look after and ensure that these things do move forward and that the quality of life does continue. Over time, the expectations moved beyond Lithia Park, just Lithia Park, and focusing around the downtown. The community said we need more than just a main park that is bringing people in from outside and that we can enjoy as well, but we need parks within a quarter mile for all of our residents, so that our quality of life in our neighborhoods is just as good, and we can use that that model for parks as increasing our quality of life. So the expectation hasn't changed, I don't think, for the people in the community of Ashland. It's changed how it's been implemented, but I don't think it's changed as far as the expectations that they have. And I would say, without a doubt, and I think it'd be very easy to argue this, that it's the quality of life, all the little pieces of Ashland that makes the quality of life, what it is, and makes Ashland the desirable place that it is. Ashland Parks and Recreation is no small part to that. And that goes beyond our boundaries and the things that we do. I would say we're influencers too. But Ashland Parks and Recreation is no small contributor to that. So the last thing I was going to say is the community expects and has confidence, I think, that we will continue to deliver this quality of life that they expect, our portion of the quality of life, which also leads to the ability of other groups to provide their portion of the quality of life for Ashland. So as we go forward and we start talking about goals moving forward, I just wanted to preface it with that and say, and just kind of put it in terms that there is an expectation out there. I went over the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and the threats are real and the weaknesses are real. And as we move forward, I think there's an increased concern on my part that we will have less and less resources to accomplish what we have in the past, which will then inevitably lead to a degradation of the facilities that we have and the inability to keep up with maintenance, and will affect the quality of life unless we do figure out something and are able to deal with those threats. So that being said, Leslie?
I think that was very well said. And I wanted to add that even on top of that, I think the responsibility of APRC has even increased in this new world that we're living in, where, outdoor recreation is now being seen as a focus for potentially a way to buoy the economic recovery of this town, as a way for people to once again feel like a community again. I mean, this is even like magnified by many times over as funding decreases. So it's really, I appreciate what you said. I just felt that I should add that even the expectations have grown, I think.
Thank you. So as we move into goal setting, these are the former goals that I would recommend that you move forward with some minor changes. And of course, I believe you'll look at these and you'll see other changes that need to be made as well. But from my point of view, and going through this quickly, this is what I think should move forward. And that is the park standards. I don't, Commissioner Lunt?
Yeah, just with the develop park development standards and guidelines, I think there's a bit of a typo there, because as I recall the goal, it was develop parks, development and maintenance standards and guidelines. So then somehow the maintenance got out of there.
Okay. Dorinda, that's our first thing that we need to make sure that we scribe, is that should include maintenance. Okay. So the ones that I think should stay are the standards and guidelines for development and maintenance. The East Main Park, which includes the pump track and skills park. So I don't think we need to have a separate goal for that one. The aquatic recreation and competitive options, we might need to word it a little bit differently, but I do think that should move forward. The basketball court at Ashland Creek Park, I still think that is a worthy goal to accomplish, dependent on funding. And we can talk about different options for funding. And I changed explore fire vulnerability to mitigate fire vulnerability. And I also changed explore a bond to explore funding to support fire suppression. And I think that just basically is we have a fuels issue. We don't need to explore whether we have one. We have one, we need to mitigate it. Explore the feasibility of community support for a low angle trail. I do think that we should move that forward and discuss this and give the RVMBA a chance to present this to the parks commissioners. We can talk more about that, obviously. Work with the Ashland School District to get agreements on school use. I think Rachel would love to do this if we get recreation up and running again. This would kind of be a secondary goal to that. But as time allows and opportunities arise, working with the school district to have cooperative agreements would be a good idea. Create a small pocket park at Knoll. If we can get the funding for that, we could implement that pretty quickly. And that's been a goal for a very long time. I don't think that's going to change. It's going to be something that's going to need to be done at some point. But depending on funding, I think we should move it forward.
Michael?
Yeah.
Michael, hi. I just wanted to mention on going back to the school district agreements, that might be something that we want to think about expanding because we have been talking with SOU, the recreation program at SOU to utilize their indoor space there for smoke events. Lonnie Flora has been talking with the coordinator over there, and they are working on some things for this coming summer. So I think we might want to expand that to include SOU.
All right.
Michael,
Yes.
as a procedural question, I don't mean to derail your presentation here, but is that a goal that has to be stated by APRC? I mean, it seems that that's something that the staff will be working on, with or without our further specification.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That it's more of an objective that we should always have is to work on that. I think it was adopted as a goal previously because of the smoke and the environmental issues that were going on, and it was a statement to actually really work on that. But if the commissioners give us a direction, or if you adopt another goal that's an overarching goal that has this as an objective, that works as well, as opposed to having it be its own goal. And then I'm just about done here. So I would like to continue to look at capital improvements that would reduce long-term maintenance costs, but I think that could fit under a larger goal as well as an objective. And then the master plan for APRC, I really think this needs to be done. Whether we do it this biennium or not is a question for funding, but I don't think it's a question that it needs to be done because that is a funding source. SDCs are a funding source that we are not fully taking advantage of right now. Commissioner Lant?
Yes, I'm curious why updating the open space plan was not included. It's been over 20 years. It's really outdated grossly in some areas. So I'm just curious why that got axed from your list.
Yeah, and that actually, if you look back at the way that I presented that goal, it's actually my oversight, because remember, as I presented it, I said it would have been accomplished, but I didn't acknowledge that they were two different plans. So I agree with you, Commissioner Lant. I do think we should include the open space back in there because it has not been accomplished, and that was my oversight. So those are the ones that I think Commissioner Bell.
Another sort of, I guess, process question. So the last goal you have, perform a system-wide master plan for APRC and determine the need for an increased SDC fee. Is that something that would take up the 1/10 of a full-time equivalent of an administrative person, or is there a way of quantifying what that means?
Well, we would have to hire a consultant to come in and do this. There are certain requirements that have to be met per state statute to increase SDC fees. And I don't think we have the staff on hand that could actually perform those things. So we would actually be bringing in a consultant to do that work.
So it'd be like a standalone project, or a
would.
separate additional standalone project. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could be tied into other potential projects and become one larger project where we're looking at multiple things. Because if you're looking at the entire master plan or the entire system, sorry, you can have chapters for different elements throughout the system that you want to address, and we could do one system-wide master plan as opposed to doing several system-wide master plans and having them focus on different areas of the system. Just put as much as we can in the one plan. So that's an option as well. And so those are up for discussion. They're just my suggestions for moving forward with the amendments that we talked about here. Commissioner Lott?
Yeah, again, I think maybe it was an oversight, but unless I'm missing it, I don't see a Lithia Park goal in here. And we did have a former goal, and it was more than just completing the master plan. It stated, I think it talked about acting on it, as I recall. So I would think that should be, that you'd want, it's complete Lithia Park master plan process and promptly consider and act upon the recommendations where appropriate. So again, it seemed we have not completed that goal. So I'm wondering, did you consciously do that, or was that just an oversight?
No, I consciously did that, but since we are brainstorming, I think what we do is we just add it to the list. I think it could be added to something like complete master plans in process, like the open space and Lithia Park, and adopt them or something like that. Or you could adopt a separate goal. But for now, I think it's suffice to say, let's just add it to the list since it was brought up, and it'll be on the list on this page, not this second, but we will add it to this page. Okay. Okay. So the new goals that we have to recommend to you as staff, and sorry, we're getting in here beforehand, but I'll just get these out of the way really quick. The dedicated funding is the #1 priority that I would like to put forward. And the goal is to find a dedicated funding source for APRC. And that's to accomplish all of those things that I had talked about just a few minutes ago. There's fine tuning that would need to be done to a goal like this in order for it to be adopted. But I want to get it out there that from the administrative level, that's what I think one of the top goals should be, is dedicated funding, because that's one of our biggest threats. Fee for services. We do have contracts, a contract with the city and the school district, and we could have others include, well, we actually have a contract with Ashland Shakespeare Festival as well, or the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, sorry. OSF, we actually lease them the property where the Bomer Theater sits. And I would like to look into, to actually have it stated that we are going to look into those contracts and agreements that we have to see if the fees are adequate. Just like the city has been looking into their fees and increasing our fees, I think we should be looking at our fees and right sizing what we're charging people. Major maintenance, there's just one major maintenance project that we think rises to the level of putting it on here, and that is to replace the irrigation controls for the entire irrigation system throughout Ashland Parks and Recreation. And then to perform an audit on the equipment and to right size our equipment. I know there are commissioners who are going to propose goals that have to do with looking at our energy use, that I think this could fit into one of those goals as one of the objectives of a goal like that. So, those are ours. And like I said, we're brainstorming. If you want to discuss these, we can, but I don't want to take any more time from you guys and discussing the goals that you would like to see on the list. So if it's okay with you, we will just say everything that we've talked about so far will end up on the list to discuss later, and then we'll go forward with the goals that you have. Commissioner Bell?
I don't know if you can provide any more detail about what you had in mind with dedicated funding. I know I recognize, because you've already spoken about the SDC fees and fees for services. Are there other is there some other sort of source of revenue that you had in mind?
Yes, there's other areas to be investigated, and they could range from, well, it's tough to say right now, but they could range from anything from the city enacting an agreement that we would have a certain amount of funding that is dedicated to us, as opposed to saying that we will be funded, but not to what level, which is the current case. We could look at making the leap towards creating a special service district or a special district, not a special service district, but a special district where we would operate like some of the other models in the state would be Bend and Tualatin Hills, and up in Eugene, there's two of them in the Eugene Springfield area that Rachel could tell you, but there are several throughout the state and throughout the country where there are very good models of having a standalone Parks and Recreation district, which it's just my opinion, but I believe that's kind of what the intent was when the charter was adopted in 1908, is that there would be a standalone Parks Commission that would ensure that this quality of life element that the forebears thought was so important, rightly so thought was so important. I believe that's what the intent was when the charter was adopted. That's just my opinion, but that opinion is based on the way we've operated over the last 100+ years, at certain times being completely autonomous, and then now not being so autonomous. So that is an option. I want to say right now, though, that we really need to investigate these things and do feasibility studies. But I want to be clear to say that I don't think that it would be appropriate to imply that the citizens should pay more money than what they're paying now for the services that they're getting. What I think is that there is enough money to do all of these things, and there's enough money in the general fund to take care of Ashland Parks and Recreation. If we look at the feasibility and everything, I think there's enough there. If we were to separate off and create a district, it hopefully wouldn't require increasing taxes. Otherwise, I think that would be, I'm getting too far into this, but that's one of the options, creating utility fee for Parks and Recreation services, things like that. Those are all possibilities. Some are worse than others, but just to give you an idea, there are several areas that we can look into.
Thanks.
All right, should we, I'll stop sharing, and Dorinda, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so what we will do is, Dorinda, have you already input those?
I have. Let me just start
So,
sharing the screen here.
If it's okay with you, I will read them. Oh, no, Leslie, they're already on here from who they came from. So I think that you should read your own, and then maybe give some background and answer questions, and then we can move to the next. So Leslie, why don't we start with you? And can you see that okay?
It's extremely small, the font. I don't know if my eyes can.
Okay, how's that?
It's right.
It hasn't really changed for me, but
Brenda, it's on the double spread right now.
Okay, hold on one sec.
You might need to get out of screen share and then zoom in and then get back into screen share, because it's not moving.
Okay, hold on one sec.
You could do it on your home screen too.
Oh.
Okay, bear with me here.
I can open my email and start reading these, I guess, in the interest of time. As obviously the newest member of the commission, I think I tried to stick with what I know. So the first bullet here that I have is a comprehensive evaluation and plan for how APRC, Forest Lands Commission, and the City of Ashland might be able to work together to promote tourism in outdoor recreation. And that would include parks, pedestrian mountain bike trails, and the other activities as a healthy and safe tool for economic recovery And part of this was spurred by the letter from the Newman Group and other discussions that I've heard about a really increased interest in how our wonderful wilderness and natural assets here in Ashland can help to buoy local businesses and buoy the economic vitality of this town in general. And so I would like to explore the process for how that may work and what it looks like and the various facets that are involved in starting to brand Ashland as everything that it is, plus a world-class sort of outdoor recreation destination. Should I just go through them? Keep going? Okay, the next is to perform an environmental sustainability assessment and come up with an implementation plan. This is, I think, kind of similar to what Michael Black, Julian Bell, and even Rick Lance have as their goals. And it would basically involve a system-wide assessment of greenhouse gas emissions, carbon footprint, operations, facilities, et cetera, and create a prioritization plan for how to better align ourselves with the climate action plan and have sustainable operations. And then 2 physical projects I'd like to, I'm really interested in hearing out and listening to the plan and making a decision on potential bike trails that would connect the Ashland watershed network to downtown, specifically in Lithia Park and Pioneer Drive. I think it's Pioneer Promenade. And then the construction of the East Main Park pump track and skills park was already sort of included in the East Main goal. I know that the community and RVMBA have done a ton of fundraising and GoFundMes and grants, and a lot of those expire. So it would really be a shame after all that hard work for fundraising to have us lose, have RVMBA lose that money that was meant to go towards the pump track. So I put that as a priority because of all the hard work that was done in the community to raise lots of money for that. That's all I got.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it looks better now.
Okay, good.
Okay, well, thanks, Leslie. Any comments on that from anybody, or?
Should we just go through all of them first? Or
Yeah, you can do it however you want. It's always, I think we've got 50 minutes, I guess, to go through all of these. So I think Mike is next.
Yeah, so a couple things. I didn't send in, my list is really more comprehensive on the current list that we have, that most of the things that Michael brought forward, I have particular items on that I think are more important. But I did want to bring up that the Butler Protzi fountain restoration is a primary goal of the Ashland Parks Foundation. They currently have money dedicated in their funding dedicated towards Butler Protzi, and are eager to start a capital campaign to get what we need to restore the fountain. I think it's important to have it as a goal for APRC so that we support their effort and as they support Lithia Park in that particular project. So that was the only one that I sent in specifically different from goals that we currently have. I will say that I'll just list a couple, and I don't know if Dorinda wants to capture them differently or if I can send them in later, but I think if I could just run through a couple. So on policy goals, Michael pointed out the need for long-term sustainable funding. I think a more correct word is permanent funding, and I don't know if that was in that in the box description of that idea, but I'm eager to have that on our list of goals because I think it's going to be ultimately important for us moving forward with any of these things. Also, I want to reinforce what Commissioner Lunt said about the Lithia Park Master Plan. We will have it completed hopefully shortly and presented, but also the acting on ideas that come out of that master plan. For one that it's been on my list for years, is the sidewalk and improvement of the Windburn Way or realignment of Windburn Way to complement the movement of pedestrian, bike, and vehicular traffic through Lithia Park, especially with the improvements to the Japanese garden and the other facilities such as pickleball and whatnot that is generating more activity within the park. Other than that, Daniel Meyer Pool replacement. I mean, I'm excited that the staff is working to try to get Lithia Park, Daniel Meyer Pool open for this year, but our goal has to be a replacement of that pool. I mean, the current pool has basically run its usable life. We can limp it along and we can dump money into it and hopefully meet some of the expectations of the citizens of Ashland, but we really need a replacement for that critical infrastructure feature of Ashland Parks and Recreation. So I'll leave it there. Next.
Dorinda, I don't know if you're making changes to your screen, but we can't see anything.
Okay.
We can see the screen, but if you typed anything down or you're scrolling, we can't see that.
Okay. Yes, I've been making changes. Let me try to do a reshare.
Okay. And then who's next on the list?
Can you see that now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like Rick's next.
Okay, well, I guess I did this a little differently because I just went through all of the goals that the prior goals and a few new goals and put them all together. I'm going to and there's one goal here that I agree with Michael that I think I would want to add, which is to perform a feasibility study on finding dedicated funding source for APRC. So I'm going to go over some of these that we've already talked about because I've changed the language and I think I've updated the language. In progress, design and build a new municipal pool that does not use fossil fuels for heating. Begin construction as soon as funds are secured. As feasible, provide operation of the existing pool in Ashland during the summer months at a minimum until construction begins on the new pool. Even though I think we still need to look at Lincoln School, just keep it on our list. And the way I would have written it is work collaboratively and creatively with Ashland School District to ensure Lincoln School playground and fields continues to be open to the public in perpetuity. I think that the East Main is pretty much unchanged. Complete the Lithia Park Master Plan internal review within 3 months so the plan can be reviewed and approved by commissioners. Then promptly act upon recommendations where appropriate and feasible. High priority should be attached to creating a safer pedestrian passage along Windburn Way. Gather data on the usage of APRC tennis and pickleball courts over the next 9 months. Let the data drive allocation of existing courts and determine the need for additional courts. I think before we move to, we don't have the money for it anyway, but this is a great time to actually gather data to know if our current allocation of courts is appropriate or if it could be reconfigured. And that should occur before we look at additional courts. Complete the Japanese garden renovation, limiting APRC contributions to in-kind work, which is basically just as is. This is a goal. It's a little bit unwieldy. I tried to put a whole bunch of objectives underneath a overarching goal. So it was hard to make the overarching goal kind of fit for everything, but here goes. Inventory, evaluate, and where appropriate, improve all APR systems and equipment in search of opportunities for cost savings and measures to improve the environment, including greenhouse gas reductions. And the objectives would be inventory of equipment and facilities emissions rather than carbon sequestration processes. This would include an inventory of the APRC fleet, an inventory of the small engine landscaping equipment. Additionally, a year-by-year review of the emissions to monitor improvements. And this is the next one is just one that has already been put, was already one of the staff ones about SDC fees. And the next one I also believe is a staff one. And the next one is also recommended by staff. And the last one of the objectives is review irrigation sources with an eye to reduce water expenses. Okay, that's the objectives for that goal. And then I'm having trouble. Okay, good. This is a little change for the update to open space comp plan. That is to consider purchasing land only when the land is critical to completing the plan or will not add to maintenance costs, and then parentheses, at least not in the next 10 years. Basketball court is a staff recommendation, and I guess so is the school district. And then the last one that that was not one of the staff that I added based on the comments is collaborate with Ashland Soccer Club to explore ways to maximize available soccer field space. And then I had a couple that I put into the parking lot because I don't feel like we have the time or the space for them at this point. And that was the field house concept or recreation center, and the implementing of the easement for Ashland Pond. I think if we ever were able to get the property, if there was a new willing property owner, we should pursue that. But since there isn't at this time, I think we should just park that, not reject it, because certainly it's a lot better year-round access to Ashland Pond via the utility road than the new trail that's been blazed, which goes through wetlands and is not necessarily always easily accessible in the winters. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Rick. So who do we have next? Dorinda?
Those are the only goals that I received today.
Okay, Julian, do you want to go next?
Sure. My goals, I have this background idea that the fewer goals we have, the more likely we are to accomplish them, or at least the more that we might be able to focus on them. So I kept my list relatively short. The first goal was build a non-fossil fuel using replacement for the Daniel Meyer pool. And part of that is also finding a strategy to keep the pool open in the coming either 1 or 2 years until we actually have a replacement. And I don't know if, working on a funding plan for getting the money together to actually pay for that is part of that same goal, but it does seem like we should have a plan or a discussion about whether we are going to put together or whether we're going to request a general obligation bond to pay for part of that in addition to the food and beverage money, or whether we're going to rely on food and beverage money, assuming that it's going to increase going forward into the future. Anyhow, but I mean, basically that summarizes what I was hoping for: build a non-fossil fuel option for Daniel Meyer pool. My goal being mostly that it uses no fossil fuels. The next one would be complete zero or build Zero East Main. I mean, for this one, it seems that we already have the design. Many different people have already provided a lot of input. We basically know what we want to do. It's just a question of actually doing it. So build zero East Main is the next goal that I have. The third goal that I have is a greenhouse gas inventory for APRC. And that is an inventory of emissions, not including any sort of sequestration I don't know, project or processes that might be sort of under the APRC umbrella. And the last one would be developing funding sources to sustain APRC, including SDC fees and other ideas.
Okay. All right, Jim, do you want to go next?
Yeah, mine's exceedingly short. Going back to our last goals for last biennium, the working with the schools, I think, is one of those issues that has gotten short shrift, and I kind of see it dropping off with some of the comments about Lincoln Park, and obviously working with the schools is a little difficult, but we can't lose sight of the fact that this is a lot of staff time, but not much budget. A lot of these issues we're talking about are huge budget issues that we just spent 3/4 of our time discussing how budget's an issue. And then we have these gigantic goals that are tied to a lot of money. The school has facilities, tens of millions of dollars worth of facilities that are sitting idle and just wasted to the community. And to me, it's been a frustrating thing. And I know we've worked slowly towards getting a subcommittee for the recreation group. But we have to look at the most benefit to cost ratio. We're not going to spend a lot of budget money, but we could potentially increase our recreational and field use exponentially with an agreement. And maybe it's going to be difficult working with a school board. I understand that, but we don't have a lot of money for a lot of these really exciting things we're talking about. And a lot of them are just depend on consultants, and we all, after the Lithia Park master plan, you realize it's hugely expensive for what we get. So, I'm kind of reticent about spending a lot of money consulting fees on things for SDCs. How much the cost to benefit ratio to get the SDCs change, how much money are we going to make, that kind of stuff. But the schools, we really have to nail down the fields. Hellman's kind of going away. That we have to really work hard at bringing the school board into our community, and we've bent over backwards to help the school district. And we need. I would love to have something move in the next 24 months to get to a point where we can utilize their facilities. They're just sitting empty all summer long, and it's kind of embarrassing, actually. And just because of a fear of working with a group that might not really want to work with us, that's the negotiating thing that's more important than having huge budget goals that we can talk about and everybody can love them, but how are we going to pay for all this stuff? We really have to narrow down. Julian's point was well taken, is the fewer goals we have and the ones that are reasonable. We don't need a decade-long goals. This is a 24-month thing. You show me how we're going to fund some of these gigantic issues that we're just discussing. So I would like to refocus on the staff time issues, which I know is not unlimited, but this one potentially could bring us more value than we could ever really budget for, and it's already existing. And so their fields, their buildings, anything we can do to work with them would be a great thing for the community. So I know Lincoln Park's getting a lot of discussion, and I think Julian back in the last meeting mentioned the school board. Yes, indeed, the school board owns that property and they can sell it to anybody, but that's, to me, it was kind of a defeatist attitude. We need to work with them. They can't sell it to anybody. I hate to tell you. And even though they can't, we really need to work on the school board and district and all that. So, you know, I don't know. I'd just love to hear some discussion of why we shouldn't pursue these things.
Rick?
You know, I totally agree with Commissioner Lewis that there's an opportunity that we've actually used in the past to cooperate and share facilities with the Ashland School District. And we're certainly doing it less now than we have at some points in the past. So I think Commissioner Lewis is right that there's a lot of bang for the buck potential there. I do have to disagree, though, with Commissioner Lewis about all the big fund items that are on this list, because I look over this list from everything I've heard, and the biggest things on the list are actually the money's already, for two of them, the money's already committed. And that would be for the Japanese Garden and for the East Main Park. So what we don't have money committed for is the pool and Lithia Park improvements. And those are large, clearly those are very large items. And they're also very important items. But the rest of the items on the list really are the kind of items that Commissioner Lewis was talking about, where they take some time, but there's not a big dollar price tag with them. And the other thing I'd like to point out is that it's really amazing how many of the items from the last biennium on our goal list that have either been accomplished or there's been significant progress made on them in the midst of at least two major catastrophes, the pandemic and the Almeda fire. And yet we still have managed, even though we're in crisis mode for almost a year, we've accomplished as much as we have. So I don't really see this list as being that daunting. I think it's a list that is we can manage.
And I think at the next meeting, I can start to quantify these goals in terms of you know, the cost and everything, and what it might be looking like as far as, is it a staff time issue or is it a budgeting issue? One of the things, Commissioner Lant, to kind of piggyback on something you said about Lithia Park and the master plan, you stated that you know, there's no funding for that. But one of the strengths and opportunities that are a strength and opportunity that I mentioned earlier was the Ashland Parks Foundation. And they're actually, now depending on what the priority is in Lithia Park, there is funding there that we could take advantage of at some point in time. In fact, there's a dedicated account in the foundation for Lithia Park that has, I think, $226,000 in it. It's not a lot of money, but it is a little bit of money, and there is some funding in there to do some projects.
And that's sufficient to repair the Protzi fountain, is that right?
Well, the foundation has another plan for the Protzi fountain. They have another funding source. Plus, they would like to raise money to they don't want to use all of the money from the foundation. They would like to start a campaign to raise the rest of the money. So it could be $360,000, $400,000 to fix the Protzi fountain. Well, it could be in the range from $250,000 to $400,000, but there are other options, and that's separate actually from the 223 or 26 or whatever it is. So there are other strengths that we have that we need to tap into more to make it more possible to accomplish projects. The other thing that I would say, and to Commissioner Lewis's benefit, to say thank you to Commissioner Lewis, it is true. We aren't going to have the same funding for CIP projects. The city told us a couple of days ago that they're anticipating a projection of 75% of projected revenue we will actually, or for food and beverage. So I said that wrong, but they're projecting that we will only receive about 75% of what we usually receive each year over the next 2 years. So that's about $600,000 a year that we would be getting from food and beverage, when we could be getting somewhere in the neighborhood of $800,000 to $850,000 a year in a normal year, if this was a normal year. So, so yes, there are restrictions, and that's why when I was going through mine, I think some of these goals, when I come back, I think we might want to say, this is a top tier goal that we work on with, and we put resources towards the top tier goals. And then we have a second tier that's above the parking lot, that's as funding allows, we work on the second tier. And then the parking lot is even lower than that. And that's one way that we could potentially look at that.
It seems that, so Commissioner Bell, it seems like there's kind of different categories in terms of the cost of these things. Maybe this is similar to what you're saying, but the Parazzi fountain, for example, if the funding is almost all there as it is, or a substantial part of it is already there, not in our budget, mind you, but you know, there's an entity that's going to take that project on. I mean, it seems like that's an excellent goal, but somehow it doesn't have the same implications as trying to build the Daniel Meyer pool. The same thing is kind of true of working with the school district. It seems to me that we, you know, the staff, Director Black and other people are sort of continually working with the schools, not to mention many members of the public. The schools don't seem to be very receptive to that on the whole, but even so, they are continuously being solicited for support and engagement. And that, I mean, I'm all for that being a goal, but it's not it doesn't seem to be an expensive goal because it's already sort of underway as it is anyway. So you know, to me, it seems like prioritizing or categorizing these things in terms of the cost of the project is important. But even despite that, I do still think that prioritizing the pool is still, you know, maybe one of the leading priorities. It's one of my leading priorities.
So I would just add to that, and I think I said it when I was making my presentation of goals, is that it's important for moving even concepts forward if they don't have any monetary value. Like if we're not going to dedicate any of our Biennium funds to the Parazzi fountain, but it's important to show the community and to reinforce the Parks Foundation that is a major goal of ours. We're lending our support to that concept. I think that's the same with reinforcing with staff that it's important to commissioners that we interact with the school district to try to cross-utilize facilities. You know, as that discussion was going on, I'm thinking, okay, the school district, they utilize the pool that we maintain, they utilize tennis courts that we maintain, they utilize ball fields that we maintain. You know, we need that cross interaction back where, you know, where they see the value of us, and also we can utilize the value of the school district. And I think it's important to have that stated in our goals, even if it doesn't have any monetary impact. It's just my commentary to that.
It could potentially have a monetary impact. We could charge the schools, and then we could use that money to buy Lincoln Park.
Yeah, I mean, it could, but I mean, that's not the purpose of the goal. You know, is not to find a funding source or to establish a cost. It's more to promote a concept or idea and reinforce something that might happen in the community. And, you know, like the Butler Parazzi fountain, I mean, that's a goal that could be completed in the next 24 months, you know, with our support. If we don't show that it's important to us, it may be less important to other people, I guess is is all I'm saying.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that it should not be a goal. All I'm saying is that it somehow seems to fit into a different category. I mean, as far as APRC is concerned, all we have to say is, yes, that's a great idea, rather than we're going to spend several $100,000s on it. So it seems like it fits into slightly, it's a different effort, I guess, maybe.
Right. I think Commissioner Lewis has been trying to get in there.
I can only see one person at a time, so I have people in there.
Why don't you stop sharing, Dorinda, and we'll just chat.
Yeah, I guess I want to get back to the pool. It seems like we have a consensus to maintain the pool at a very high priority level on the goals, and I would agree with that. And I think Commissioner Bell hit it. We really have to talk about the funding for it, because I don't know if anybody else went away with a little sticker shock last meeting with the pool guys. You know, I had a lot of time to think about it, and we want a 21st century environmentally good asset, and it's going to come with a larger price tag than we had discussed earlier. So I want to get to the funding part of the discussion, because I think the fact that we seem to all agree that we want to move forward with the pool project, but somebody has to explain to me that has more financial expertise than I do of how we actually will pay for it. So, you know, and how much, if we tried to pay for it out of food and beverage, how much would it limit or over leverage the existing product, since we're already short of money for the next 24 months. You know, that's kind of, I like to get to the nuts and bolts part of it to feel good about it. Otherwise, it's just a feel good thing. And yeah, we would like a really wonderful pool, and who wouldn't, but we need to get to the point where we can actually go to the community and explain how we're going to fund this thing. So that will be a whole interesting discussion at some later date. And getting back to working with the school district, we already teach the kids biology. We allow the baseball team to play on some of the most wonderful facilities in Southern Oregon. There's a whole softball complex that really is only built for the high school. You know, SOU doesn't use it, and there's no other softball groups that I know of that really use it. It just seems like it's all, there's no reciprocal nature to what we're doing right now, and we need really good solid agreements, written agreements, MOUs that isn't just a handshake and a gentle person's agreement. We need really more than that. We really want to work with them. So I know I'm kind of probably going to the hardest thing to do, but the least amount of budget effect, but the most amount of staff time. So I'm just dumping on you, the staff people, on that one.
So I have Commissioner Bell first, and then Commissioner Lunt.
Well, one other thing about the Zero East Main property. I mean, one of the priorities for APRC for some time has been to develop a dog park in that area. And even if we don't do any building at all, as long as we fence it off, it would be an excellent dog park. And that ought to be a very inexpensive starting place, at least.
Yeah, I think conceptually that is a good idea. We do have to go through the process of designing the park and then getting entitlements from the city and the county to be able to access from the street, because a dog park is a regional, or it's a citywide use, and more people will drive to the dog park most likely than walk to the dog park. So we have to have a parking lot. But conceptually, you know, that's kind of what I have in mind with East Main Park. Once we get the design finished, is to split it, or during the design phase, split it into phases that we can accomplish easily.
Piece by piece.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lunt, you're muted.
Thanks. Did you mean during the development stage, Director Black?
I meant during the planning phase, we would identify the phases or, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, but during development, we would build them out, phase them out.
I'm going to pass on my other comment.
Okay. Commissioner Lewis?
Commissioner Eldridge brought up an important part that we might want to coordinate with is the pump track and the funding that they've secured, and how malleable is that? Does that go away, or we really kind of want to go ahead, Michael?
Yeah, so I have been talking to them about that, and I'm meeting with the RVMBA who secured the grants. I'm meeting with them on Tuesday of this coming week for the second time to talk about how we can potentially take advantage of the grants that were given so that they don't lose them. One of the things that we've been talking about is, and will be eventually in front of the Parks Commissioners, is the Pioneer Street, the gravel section or the DG section of Pioneer Street. That's a trail, and having a linear kind of skills park area along there. Commissioner Lunt thought of it and shared it with the RVMBA, and we've been talking about it.
Frozen.
It's been a long day.
He fell asleep.
Hold that thought, Michael.
Yeah. Any other comments from commissioners while we wait for Mr. Black to come back?
Well, could Rick, maybe Commissioner Lant, excuse me, give us a little bit more detail about the Pioneer Street idea?
Oh, well, it's just, there's been, listening to the mountain bike community, they've talked about a low angle trail in the Lithia Park area. And it turns out that Pioneer Street, at least in certain areas, is much wider than is required. And so it seemed like there was an opportunity to have a low angle trail that could include some skills elements to it or whatever.
Sorry about that. So the other grants that they have, one was from the city, and I advised them to talk to the city administrator about getting an extension on when that grant have to be used by, considering COVID has put everybody behind. That hopefully that could be extended, and I'll work with them on that and some other things. So, is my internet not working?
Yeah, you're still frozen. We can hear you somewhat, but now you're still gone. Go ahead, Leslie.
I don't want to move away from this subject unless the folks are willing to. This is a totally different topic. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay. I hate to add another thing to the goal, but to the goals, but if Dorinda is able, I've been thinking a lot that we need to discuss accessibility, diversity, equity, inclusion, and how those play out in the parks. And I think I was talking to Superintendent Dials, and there is something afoot to sort of address those, but I was just sort of having a revelation here that I think that needs to go on there as well and be added to something that we discuss.
Okay, I think Dorinda will add that to the list.
All right, can
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just quickly say I'm working with RVMBA so they don't lose their grants.
Okay. Commissioner Lewis.
And Commissioner Eldridge's point is well taken. I think those are good study session things. Obviously, low impact on budget, some staff time. It's a conversation we really need to have with the community, and we have a whole art project at Railroad Park that deals with saying their names, and we have to really deal with that in some way too. And that's the whole community needs to be invited. How we maintain its point, because it's kind of an ephemeral art project at this point, and it's not going to last that much longer. So I think to tie in all these diversity issues are really important, just because it's overdue. And so it'd be some great study session material on my part. I would love to have those conversations and get some of the players in the community involved and hear what they have to say. So yeah, it's a great goal.
So, Mr. Lalonde, go ahead.
Another goal, it was actually from our performance audit, and I think it was on our list at one point, but it's dropped off, was to review and update APRC policies. I wonder if staff could give me an update of where that's at.
Yeah, so that's an ongoing goal that we continually work on. And okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We're working on that. We're continually working on that.
So there's no reason for it to be on the goal list?
No, in fact, Dorinda Cottle is our assigned person for policies, and she's been going through the policies and trying to work on those. The other thing that we have to acknowledge is that a lot of our policies are city policies. The city, because they have risk management control over us, or responsibility or liability, whatever you want to call it, their policies actually apply to us for the most part.
Okay. Commissioner Bell and then Commissioner Eldridge. Go
So
ahead.
Michael, you mentioned working on trying to put price tags to these different goals. Are you what is your time frame for doing that, would you say?
I think we could do some estimates by the March 3rd meeting. I mean, we could at least say this is going to cost a lot of money, or this is just going to be staff time, you know, and try to get at least a better understanding by March 3rd.
Sure. And I guess part of my question is, you know, it seems like there's this, you know, we sort of assign things to staff time with the idea that staff time is sort of very flexible and can sort of expand and contract. But it does seem like, you know, some of these tasks are relatively large and they would take a staff person's entire time potentially. And if they're already busily doing something else, it doesn't seem like that's very, you know, it seems like that's fairly expensive. Basically what you're talking about is hiring somebody else to do a project. So I don't know if that's how you, I mean, you know more about those things than I do, but anyhow, I'm not sure if that was part of what you had planned to give us a sense of how much of somebody's time might be involved.
Well, our priorities can change, and that's one of the reasons why government takes so long to do anything, is because priorities keep changing based on what the current issues are. But if the commission prioritizes something, then it's my job to figure out how to get that accomplished, or to come back to you and say I can't accomplish it without more resources. So I would tell you if there's things that we need more resources for, or that we think that we could accomplish as part of our daily work. For instance, if we go forward and adopt a goal, or you adopt a goal to seek out a permanent dedicated
funding source,
that I think funding source, anyways, that would become my top priority.
Okay, well, so on that same sort of a line of thought,
it's hopeless.
Doesn't seem to be going very smoothly. On that same line of thought, you know, the idea of doing an inventory of greenhouse gas emissions from APRC seems to me to be, I mean, all of our priorities are sort of urgent, but it does seem to me that if it's a standalone goal, then it's maybe a more completable goal. And at least from my perspective, it's something that I would like to see, you know, begun in a formal way and also completed in a sort of a succinct and thorough way, so that we could actually act on, I don't know, replacing some of equipment or, retiring equipment or changing the way that we work. Anyhow, as far as like I know that that's been incorporated into other larger goals, but it seems to me that if it's a standalone goal, then it has a greater chance of actually being started, worked on, and completed in a timely manner. I think it's a high priority to complete it in a timely manner.
And I'll just add in that I think that's what we do as we prioritize or massage the goals to reflect exactly what a commissioner or the commission, wants to be able to move forward with.
Okay.
Before I lose track, Leslie, did you want to make a comment earlier, and then I'll move on to Rick and Jim?
Yeah, I don't think there's time to talk about it today, but I really look forward to discussing what role, if any, APRC has in the diversification and sort of like revitalization of Ashland or branding of Ashland as an outdoor recreation destination, and what you all think of that, because it's just a conversation that I haven't had with any of the commissioners, and I'm very interested in talking about it. I know there isn't time today, but just wanted to throw that in again.
Okay. Commissioner Lant and then Commissioner Lewis.
Well, I just want to point out that there's 7 minutes before our meeting ends. I'm not sure if there's a closing or what we need to do to wrap up.
Sure. I think we'll wrap up after a few more comments, and we'll set our course for the next couple weeks. Go ahead, Commissioner Lewis.
I'm agreeing with Commissioner Bell once again. The conservation subcommittee was tantalizing close to starting to discuss some of the issues that that are really important, and then it all went away. I would hope in some way we can get back to these conversations that we started a year ago, almost a year ago, and we've lost a year for unforeseen circumstances, but these are really important issues, and we're just starting to grapple with that. And then moving back to the recreation subcommittee that we had one meeting on, and that was the one that was supposedly formatted to work with the schools and all of that. So, I know COVID's affected a whole lot of our lives, but those two things for me are really frustrating because I'm on both those subcommittees, and it was stuff that I was really interested in and happy to be part of. And so I would like to get with Julian and the staff, and we get to start discussing these things, because we can be, not that we'll have a huge effect, but we'll be leaders and we'll show people, the community, where they need to go with this. That's the most important, because most of the carbon is the community, and the city needs to show that this is what we should do. Similar to the Roundup and the pesticide use. We have a certain effect, but a minuscule amount, but really we need to show the community that it can be done and it should be done, and here's how to do it. So I think that's pretty exciting. And it's
right. And I think as we flesh the goals out that have been stated by the individual commissioners and brought forward from the last year by staff, I think then we actually do those, directing to what staff, would be in charge of that particular goal, or a subcommittee, the current parks or recreation, or who deals with our success at getting into the goals that we prioritize. So I think I think that's how this all kind of comes together as we are more explicit or direct on what the goals might be. And I've got Commissioner Lant and then Commissioner Bell, and then we'll try to wrap it up. Go ahead, Rick.
One thing would be useful for me, and maybe for other commissioners, would be if, when staff gives us a monetary, if they could also put a time frame with it. This could be done in 6 months, or we don't think we could do it in this 2-year period, or just some kind of comment about the timing. And I think that would help also people who have like Julian and his goal. I think for good reason he wants to get after the inventory and equipment right away. So let's put a timeline to it, and I think it'll help us complete things. And I did that with one of my goals, Olympia Park Master Plan, I put that we should be done with our internal review in three months. And maybe that's incorrect. Maybe it's going to take longer or shorter. But I think having that kind of a timeline will help focus us.
Great, thank you, Rick. Julian?
I just, two things. One, an inventory of all our greenhouse gas emissions is very easy to say, but I don't know that it's necessarily all that easy to do. So, you know, I think it's potentially kind of a large project, which is sort of why, another reason why I feel like it needs to sort of be a standalone item. The other thing I was going to say to Commissioner Eldridge's earlier point is, you know, I feel like APRC, the commissioners generally, our efforts are oriented towards maximizing the value of the park system for the people of Ashland, but also, you know, I think that the pickleball group and also RVMBA, both of those groups particularly, are, you know, their goals are very consistent with the idea of promoting Ashland. You know, if we can lay the sort of groundwork for them to do to increase the amount of access they have to their activities, then if the city of Ashland in some other way starts to promote those things, then that does kind of the work that I think that you're trying to have done. So.
Right. You know, and I mean, we don't necessarily directly work with the chamber locally, but if anybody watched the last city council meeting, the chamber did their presentation in front. And I think this is what Leslie maybe was alluding to is, you know, the promotion of the city and the amenities that our city provides is probably a part of our responsibility as well, to make sure that we're plugged into that, I think is what the point was. Michael, do you have any wrap-up comments?
Yeah, I've been listening. Sorry, my internet is so messed up. Thankfully, it didn't happen till the last little bit, but we will work on categorizing all of the goals, getting them into like categories. We won't edit your goals just yet. When we present them back to you, we just want to see if we can maybe separate everything into a number of categories, like categories, and see, and then we can evaluate them from that level. We will also try our best to look at timing and resources required for each one of the goals. And we'll do our best to address those in the meeting on the 3rd as well. But I think this has been a very productive meeting. Thanks for letting me preface everything so much in the beginning. I think it was really important, especially in this budget climate and the things we're doing to go through and do a SWOT analysis. So thank you for letting me do that. And thank you for all your help and for volunteering for such a great community.
Thank you.
Great. Well, that's good. So we'll look forward to seeing that information come out, and the look ahead will reflect that we're going to take up this item of goal setting refinement, probably correctly stated, refinement of the goals on March 3rd would be our regular study session at 6 p.m. Wednesday, March 3rd. Are we also going to have the budget presentation at that meeting then as well, Michael?
Yes, I will present the draft budget at that meeting, and then we will have it on the agenda at a later meeting for you to approve the budget.
Okay.
I can tell you right now, I will be presenting a budget to you and the city that is consistent with the contemporary amount of funding that we've received, which is the $1.89 based on the new valuation for this coming year.
Okay. And is there anything that you can think of, or you could send it out to us if there's other information you need from any commissioners on the goals that we've sent in, you know, if something's not clear, and I suppose the same is true with commissioners. If there's some reason you want to update a goal, or you want to add some explanation to something you've sent in, you can probably forward that to Dorinda, I would think.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. I think we've covered a lot of ground today. Appreciate everyone's attendance, and look forward to picking up this conversation on March 3rd. So good day to you all.
Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye-bye.
Thanks.